defense rests. Let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep. Wave that verdict round. The defense rests. Time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning. Wakey, wakey, hands are snaky. Welcome to the defense rests on a Sunday. Sunday. No Undy Sunday. We are playing a bit of catch up because we've got a lot on this week. So we're doing some extra live streams. So make sure that your notifications are set to all, and then you won't miss out a thing. Simple as that. So we are picking up where we left off on the Naziah Harris case. Now, Naziah Harris is a 13-year-old girl who went missing in January 2024. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? You haven't been washed away, you poor bugger? Yes, we're playing catch up, darling. We've got so much to get through this week. And because I have an extra, like on a Tuesday, I'm committed to dual streaming, I lose a day in trial. So, so you'll have to email me a pic or a video, poor thing. It's not snow, it's rain. Yeah, so I've got to make up some time somewhere. And my meeting last night with Steve was postponed till tonight, and he's not well. His whole family's still not well. So it gives me an opportunity to get a few things out of the way instead of doing just like a quick stream. I can. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, Teresa. Far out. Are you all stocked up? Have you got everything that you need and you're all safe? It's just been hot here. And wind. I hate hot wind, north winds. Yes, so, and today whilst I was doing a little bit more research on Naziah's case, I found a few different things. Yeah. Come stay with me. Yeah, I found there's a YouTube creator over in Detroit that's covering her case, and she's got a load of information where she's interviewed family and all sorts of stuff. So I've tapped into a bit of that, and I've actually got an audio. Good morning, Toxic Octets. How are you? Good to see you. Lovely. You're up bright and early on a Sunday. Oh, Felix, stop it. Oh, I don't know if you can hear him, but Mr. Udaf's in the house too. Welcome. Can you hear my cat with separation anxiety? I can't even go to the loo without him having a panic attack. Come on, I'm here. Peter, mummy's boy. Yes, I'm here. Come on. Come on. All right, so we're still on day one. Hello. Yeah. Day one of Naziah Harris. And yeah, I found an audio recording from his brother that gives a different perspective altogether. Like, he's got a different story. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm doing a deep dive on it. Ready for next weekend's podcast. All right. Where do I start? Yeah. All right. I'm going to show this clip. I did a little clip that shows what people believe is Naziah showing that she's actually pregnant. So add that. I took the music out of it because I didn't want copyright. But yeah, Naziah is the one in the grey tracksuit, like hoodie. And apparently it's on TikTok, and it's quite a bit different to her normal size, apparently. Now, that was posted by her cousin, who is Roxy Rocks on Facebook, who I'm actually going to try and get in contact with. And this one is the audio recording from Jarvis's brother, who claims to know what happened the day that she went missing. But it's not what you think. I don't know if it's true, but I'm going to dig into it, so I'll play it for you anyway.
Hotel to try some antifreeze or whatever he's going to try to get rid of the baby. He gave that to her, you know what I'm saying, and trying to do whatever he could do. She was feeling sick or whatever. Alright, so he gets in the car, drops her off, to go back home. Alright, but she gets out to go home, she go in the house. Shannon didn't get it to her, whether they didn't call and see if she was at Jarvis' house, because Shannon already knew she was at Jarvis' house, because she called to get directions earlier that day. Watch. Hotel to try some antifreeze or whatever he's going to try to get rid of the baby. He gave that to her, you know what I'm saying, and trying to do whatever he could do. She was feeling sick or whatever. Alright, so he gets in the car, drops her off, to go back home. Alright, but she gets out to go home, she go in the house. Shannon didn't get it to her, whether they didn't call and see if she was at Jarvis' house, because Shannon already knew she was at Jarvis' house, because she called to get directions earlier that day while she's at school. So once she get back, they get fussing out.
So his explanation is that when Naziah got picked up after school and went back to Shannon's house, and Shannon found out that she was pregnant and lost her shit, and she's the one who unalived her. Yeah, it's very difficult to hear, but he does repeat it again.
From going up to Jarvis' shop and calling fast and this and that, then it all came out, you know, confirming that she was pregnant, was Jarvis' baby, and Shannon lost it. Shannon lost it real bad, and jumped on Naziah, beating her, hitting her in the head with some object right there in the house that they overlooking, and killed Naziah, because she was already probably having complications.
Hit her in the head with something and killed her. And apparently she was already having complications with the pregnancy because they'd given her some tablets to take to get rid of it, and she wasn't feeling well at the time.
Remember, whatever they've been giving her to try to get rid of the baby. Remember, she was sick earlier that day and on the floor. Instead of them calling the nurse, they called the counselor. School failed. So once Shannon beats on it, she passes out, she dies right there. So they panic. So they get her, the twin sister help Shannon get her into the mama car, and they go and meet Jarvis. Meet Jarvis out there by where the other girlfriend lives. And Jarvis was going to all these different houses at his different girlfriend house, establishing his alibi. Because he knew.
So Jarvis was going from girlfriend to girlfriend's house to try and establish an alibi because they knew that he was the last person to see her and he would be blamed for it. So that's apparently the explanation that he gives. Keep going. There's more to it.
But it happened between her and Shannon. He had nothing to do with it, but knew that he was also the last person to see with her and probably would be questioned about her being alive. So once Shannon and the sister go out there and meet them out there, they get rid of the body, right? So once they get rid of the body, you tell them, you know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of things to here where I feel like might have some discrepancies. And I'm gonna be honest with you. it almost kind of sound like in a sense that this is things that he believes and not being fact. Now, the thing that I'm saying is that we reviewed the text messages, and I mean we can go back through it in a little bit just to make sure that I'm feeling what I'm feeling. But if memory served me correctly, the day that Naziah asked about Belfour and Outer Drive, that was a completely different day on the text messages. That was not the day that she disappeared. And I'm gonna fact check that, but I'm almost certain about that. That wasn't the day that she went missing. Not when she asked those questions. So that right there is a little bit weird to me. Now, what's very interesting to me was the fact that he said, well, Shannon didn't call asking where Naziah was because she already knew where Naziah was, but she did text his phone. Because that's when she said no tutor. So it's some things that he's saying right now that is just not really adding up to me so far. But let's just we're gonna keep going and shit. We're gonna keep going, but let's keep going.
All the fans and this and that. Then it all came out, you know, confirming that she was pregnant, was Jarvis' baby, and Shannon lost it. Shannon lost it real bad, and jumped on Naziah, beating her, hitting her in the head with some object right there in that house that they overlooking, and killed Naziah because she was already probably having complications. Remember, from whatever they've been giving her to try to get rid of the baby. Remember, she was sick earlier that day and on the floor. Instead of them calling the nurse, they called the counselor. School failed. So once Shannon beats on it, she passed out. She dies right there. So they panic. So they get her, the twin sister, help Shannon get her into the mama car, and they go and meet Jarvis. Meet Jarvis out there by where the other girlfriend lives. And Jarvis was going to all these different houses at his different girlfriend house, establishing his alibi. Because he knew what had happened between her and Shannon, that he had nothing to do with it, but knew that he was also the last person seen with her and probably would be questioned about her being alive. So once Shannon and the sister go out there and read them out there, they get rid of the body, right? So once they get rid of the body, you tell them, bring some extra clothes or whatever. So you get rid of the body and they throw those extra clothes out, which is working. And I don't understand how that's working, because we know what she had on the day at school. We know she left, got off the bus with the clothes she had on. But they threw out some different clothes with limited amount of blood and stuff on it. Why? Because they only took the jacket off of her. And probably some other shoes and stuff that was already in the house. But she's still buried in what we saw her in, which is that colorful jacket, them jeans, and some other shoes where she is. And I don't think she buried nowhere where she can't be found because they somewhere else and make people go search in the opposite direction. So she is deceased, but she was killed by Shannon in a rage because of her jealousy or whatever she had going on with Jarvis. And at the end of the day, the mom and the sister knows what Shannon did, and they're not protecting Jarvis, they're protecting Shannon. And Shannon hoping that Jarvis don't snitch on him, but he's not going to tell until after they try and convict him of the murder, and he see the difference between the time. Remember, his lawyer said they're not going to contest and fight the fact that he had inappropriate relations with her. Okay, go ahead and bound it over. But what we are fighting is murder. Why? Because there's no body.
I'm gonna be being honest with you. It's just not really adding up to me. What he's saying now, could this have happened? As far as Shannon being responsible, hell yeah. But do he know? Man, hold on.
Now, here's where it gets tricky. Now, you do know that Shannon and all of them have already made deals with the DA. Why? Because without Shannon, the mom, King, the fiance, without all those people, they would not have a case for murder against this young lady. So there
you go. Apparently, his allegation is that, Shannon, the aunt, is the unaliver with the help of, I think, her sister. And I think the mother knows, or the grandmother knows, one of them, and they're protecting Shannon. So they're trying to get Jarvis on the SA. And apparently there is, according to him, some deal with the DA. Who knows? Who knows? Puts another spin on it, though. Either way, this poor girl, some of the text messages I just found were just nasty. So, yes, graphic content warning. Let's get into the hearing again, shall we? Now, we stopped at 1:20. We're back up, ready to go.
For this target phone number that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And do you remember what the name associated with this account was?
One of the subscribers didn't show any information. The other subscriber had, it was spelled wrong. It's like Jaris.
And what was the last name?
Butts.
Butts?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, George?
Yes.
I think this was a cell phone expert, wasn't it?
Can you go back to the exhibit that we were talking about for the Park Crest Motel?
Yes.
Now that audio we just heard, it doesn't fit with this timeline because they say they've got CCTV footage of Messiah going into this hotel with Butts, or the motel, whatever it is, and not coming out.
I
Yes.
believe that's exhibit 36, correct?
36, yes.
And what's the address for the Park Crest Motel that's listed on there?
20,000 Harper.
Okay. Maybe I misheard you. I think you said 2,000 earlier. I just wanted to.
Oh, I apologize. It's 20,000.
20,000 Harbor? Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
I have one question. Back on exhibit 38, the last one with 7 mile and vertical to the top left corner.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess this one works.
This is 38.
This is 38?
Did you make 39?
Yes. 39. So there's an image of a house in the bottom right in purple. You have blue is the car. The left in the 7 mile and vertical is shoes. What does that indicate? For footprints?
I believe there was possibly some evidence there. That's
Okay, I
why
didn't know with the different images, if it was significant.
No.
Thank you. I don't know if you have questions based off of what I asked.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Unless, may I have one more? Nothing further.
Okay, cross.
Good morning, Sergeant O'Rourke.
Good morning.
You're an expert on this. I'm not. So I just want to go through some things, okay?
No problem.
So the cell phone data you have, you called it historical data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there are 3 ways that you can find phone location, correct?
There's a lot of different ways you can find phone location.
Sure, fair enough. But the 3 primary GPS information from the phone, right? The phone has the GPS and you can get GPS information from the phone.
That's not what we deal with.
Right, but I'm just saying that is a way of
That could
locating
be
the
a way.
phone. And you can triangulate a phone call, correct?
We don't do triangulation. So
Okay.
the mapping that you're looking is not triangulation.
So what you're doing is what's called cell site location information?
No, we're doing, the calls report, they actually give you a physical lat and long for the tower. They also give you the azimuth, which is the central location of the area coverage.
It's called a
So we're
CDR.
actually putting all the information that they give to us and putting it on a map,
Right, it's called a CDR, correct?
called detail records.
Call
yes.
detail record, okay? So the call detail record is basically a bunch of numbers that tell you this phone is communicating with a tower in a certain area, correct?
Yes,
And from that, you come up with the cell site location information, correct?
no, they give you the cell site location information. That's the Latin long of the cell tower. They give you that.
Who gives you that?
The cell phone company, that's the call detail records.
Okay. And I think you mentioned this is all historical information
Yes,
and it's an interpretation, so it's not 100% accurate, correct?
when you say 100% accurate, the cell towers are the Latin long, there's no interpretation there. If you're talking about the intended area coverage.
Right.
The intended area coverage, they give you an azimuth, okay? And then that intended area coverage is generally around 66 or so degrees area coverage.
Okay. So the cell phone, the information you get is the phone connecting with a tower, sending information that tells you this is the location of the phone.
For call detail records, they give you the tower, Latin long, the actual address of the tower. They also supply the intended area coverage, which is the beam width of how, how far or how big the intended area coverage is, along with the azimuth, which is why we do it in the shape of a V. So they're giving you the V-shaped and the azimuth, that smack dab in the middle. So they're telling us that's the intended area coverage.
That is the intended area.
Yes.
Okay. And Sergeant, it's true that the cell phone is going to get a signal from the tower that it gets the strongest signal from, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's the closest, correct?
No, it doesn't have to be the closest.
Okay, and there are factors that will affect which tower or what sends out the strongest signal, correct?
Yes, there could be factors.
Okay. Things like the distance from the tower, obviously. The height of the tower, would that affect it?
Okay. Who's
What
on the
normally affect, I mean, you could, but what normally is going
One
to affect
vote to
anything
Coach
regarding, connection to a tower, possibly weather, tall buildings, if you have a huge event where there's a ton of people trying to get on it, like, Ford
None.
Field or Comerica. Those are the types of things that can determine.
I concur.
where the strongest tower is going to be. However, here in the Metro Detroit area, it's still going to be approximately a mile because we have so many towers that they can connect to. So you're not going to get one, that's 20 miles away. It's still going to be within a mile radius.
I think you've already answered that. Now, is it also true that the tower isn't actually owned by the cell phone company?
What?
Generally?
So they can lease it out, but you have the person that actually makes it, and then you have, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. They can all utilize any of the towers that you see here.
Right. So your information is from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes,
And from that very same tower, let's say AT&T could have phone calls coming in, correct?
possible.
So there's no way to tell how many phone calls AT&T has from the closest tower, correct? At the same time as T-Mobile.
They're not going to be on the same network.
They're not going to be in the same, but
No,
they're
so you
using the
have
same
the-
tower.
You have the cellular network, but you have AT&T that is going to utilize some towers. You have T-Mobile that's going to utilize some. You have Verizon that's going to utilize some. Some lease them out to other people, but I don't know exactly what it is that you're asking.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter how many users are utilizing the tower, it just matters whether or not they're on the same bandwidth?
You have a SIM card that goes into each and every single phone. And that's on their network. So you're not going to get onto an AT&T network from a T-Mobile phone or vice versa. That's how they do their billing. That's how they, ensure that they have all the information that you receive is accurate. You're not going to have an AT&T phone,
That's not my question. My question is,
Traffic.
can a single tower be utilized by multiple companies at the same time?
It could, yes.
Would that weaken that signal, the capacity of that tower?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know how big this tower is, any specific tower. That's something you would have to ask the cell phone company.
Okay. And it's also true that a cell phone can attach to a tower up to 20 miles away, correct?
So it could in, let's just say, Alaska or, rural areas in Colorado in the mountains where you don't have that many people. And so they have bigger towers that, go further distances because they're not servicing as many people as you would, let's say, in Detroit. In Detroit, we have so many towers here that they're not going to utilize something that's 20 miles away and skip over, the hundreds of towers that you have right here. That's not going to, I'm not going to say never, but that doesn't generally happen here in Detroit. I haven't seen one at least.
Okay. And there's generally overlap, and I think even one of the slides you had, there's overlap in these towers, correct?
When you say overlap,
Meaning that a single area can be covered by multiple towers.
that's generally how it is. You have one tower. I mean, even in the ones that we were looking at, you have one tower with multiple cells on there. So this is for T-Mobile or any company to make sure that they have coverage, that you don't lose your service. You could have one cell facing this way, then here, then here, then here, then here. They're all going to overlap to ensure that the person has coverage, that they don't drop their service. So yes, you've had overlapping.
So basically, the data, you said that you use a program called PenLink. What exactly is PenLink?
PenLink is a program that we're able to receive the call detail records, input it, and basically it just puts it in a readable format. So for example, all of the calls reports that you see come in Universal Time Coordinated or UTC time. PenLink will make the time adjustments so that we'll have it in Eastern Standard Time versus having everything that you see and you have to do it in your head, -4 on each or -5 on each of these lines.
So all PenLink does is convert the time. It doesn't.
It does a whole bunch of other stuff too. We can do many different reports. You can do a call frequency report, see how many times that a specific calls report, called a specific person. There's a lot of different things that you can do. We can do tower dumps on them. There's multiple things that PenLink can do, but basically they're able to give us reports in a readable format that you would be able to understand versus looking at just raw records.
Okay. So you get raw records from the phone company, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if there's any error in the records that you get or in the data that you receive from the company?
Do I know if there's any errors
Right.
in the raw records?
Right.
I would have nothing to compare it to. That's the information that they give us.
Okay. So you don't know if the information that you receive
Oh
is
my
100%
God.
accurate,
Well, that
correct?
information is certified by the cell phone company.
So we're in the Detroit area, and this is just hypothetical. We're in the Detroit area, right? We're across the border from Canada, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gotten a message from Detroit that says you are roaming in Canada?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not in Canada, right?
Correct.
So that would be an error, right?
Yes.
So the cell phone can make an error, right?
That's not an error. They ask you if you want to utilize those towers and they charge you for it. You either say yes or no. And if you connect to them, you're being charged for that. And they notify you in call detail records when you're out of utilizing international, or Canadian towers.
Okay.
He's seriously trying to break down the credibility of the cell phone dump. Good luck with that.
You also mentioned that there were multiple subscribers on this phone.
Yes.
So there was more than one phone?
No. So you had the information from, I believe it was Sprint, who merged with T-Mobile.
Okay.
So now it's T-Mobile, but we received, I believe it was the Sprint subscriber information and the T-Mobile subscriber information.
Okay. So there's not, so when you said multiple subscribers, you did not mean multiple phones?
Multiple subscriber reports. There's not multiple phones, it's just one phone.
Okay. And then, of course, you obviously can't say who was using the phone or who was with the phone at the time this phone
No.
was being tracked, correct?
What would her think bubble say right now?
Very briefly, Judge, thank you. Mr. Reagan's asked you about the timing. When you mentioned UTC time, just to be clear, all of the times that we looked at in the exhibits are in Eastern Standard Time, so local time.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned something earlier, azimuth.
Yes.
First, can you spell that?
AZMIUTH.
Okay. And what is that?
It's just the center of the width of the, basically it's gonna be the center of the width of the triangle that you're
Okay, or
looking
the
at.
V shape?
Yes, the V shape,
And that has to do with the intended area coverage, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you said that, well, Mr. Reagan's asked you about connecting to a tower 20 miles away. You remember that question?
Yes,
You said you had never seen that in Detroit, correct?
not in Detroit.
How many times have you done this analysis? How many times have you put these maps together for different cases?
Since 2016.
And is that like in the thousands then, or less than that?
Oh, yes.
More than 1,000?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that's all been for the Detroit area or Metro Detroit area? For
Yes,
the most part?
the Metro Detroit area, yes.
And Sergeant, does the subscriber information that is received have a physical address associated with it?
That I don't know. You would have to actually look at the subscriber information.
Okay, would that refresh your memory as to
Yes.
this case? May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with the subscriber information. If you can just take that. Does that refresh your memory as to whether a physical address was associated with these CDRs or call detail records?
Yes,
And what was that address associated with the target phone in this case?
13362 Wilshire Drive.
I have another very interesting.
Okay, you are done testifying. Thank you. Ms. Murphy, are you doing the next witness? Ms. Murphy. You don't want a 10-minute break?
Yeah, Judge.
Let's do it. Make it 15. We'll come back at 11:55.
All right, have a break.
Leave that up. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024. At that time, in what area did you live?
That's where I live currently. I'm 7 Mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes,
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, sir.
And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID
And where did you find that ID?
directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it
just
up?
decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping. I said, well, let me get it and send it back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes,
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you used your bare hand then?
I took my thumb and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
But I still had it like this. I
And,
never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
and for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3 inches apart,
Yes.
her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
But I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes.
And then did the police come to your location?
Yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
And did you show them that?
Yes.
And did you give them the ID as well?
Yes. I gave it to them when they initially pulled up.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 40. Ms. Smith, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the ID that you found?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit People's Proposed 40.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you can see the screen from where you are. That's the picture I just showed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the cup or the top of the
That's the lid I
the
said.
lid that you
Yes,
put it
sir.
in? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And on the bottom left, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you. You said that you picked up the ID, was it March the 6th? Or I'm sorry, the 7th?
Yes.
Yes. And you said you had been stepping over it for approximately 2 weeks?
2.5 weeks I stepped over it
Okay, so that puts you in February
when I initially saw it.
when you initially saw it. Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that it was actually on the sidewalk,
No, it was in the grass.
in the grass?
Face down.
The grass next to the street?
Yes.
So there's like an, usually kind of like an easement between like the street and the sidewalk?
Yes.
And there's like a patch of grass there?
Yes.
And is that right in front of the bus stop or?
No, it was a little ways off from the bus stop.
Okay, from the bus stop, between the bus stop and what other landmark would you say?
Nothing else is there.
Nothing else there?
No.
How far to the corner of the block?
From St. Martin's. It's not that far.
Okay, so a few steps?
Steps, yes. A few steps.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can we redirect?
Yes, briefly. Ms. Smith, just a couple of questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you a couple of questions about specifically where you found it. You said it was in a patch of grass next to the sidewalk?
Yes,
Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it for about 2.5 weeks before you gave it to the police department.
before I decided to pick it up. Yes, sir.
The 2.5 weeks that you've been stepping over it at the beginning of that, is that the first time you noticed it?
Yes, sir.
And it could have been there before those 2.5 weeks, correct?
Yes, sir.
No, I think that causes speculation.
I don't think it's a yes or no question, George. I don't think that.
How
Calls
does
for
she know
speculation.
how long it's been there? She can only
Can you
testify.
stand up to the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is how can she testify to how long it could have been there prior? She can only testify to what she knows, and she testified that she knows it's been there for 2.5 weeks.
Did you see it being placed there on the grass?
I'm sorry.
Did you see it being
No,
dropped on
ma'am.
the grass? Oh.
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to sustain objection, because she wouldn't know, but she didn't see it dropped.
Okay. So the first time you noticed it was 2.5 weeks prior to March 7th.
Yes, sir.
And when you talked to the police officers, did you look at a photo, a Google Street View of your location?
Yes, sir.
And did you indicate on that photo where you found it?
Exactly. Yes. They
Where-
took me, excuse me, they took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found it.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's going to be marked as people's proposed 62. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that the photo that you signed and indicated where you found it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 62
No objection.
Will it be admitted?
and permission to publish since I don't have a hard copy right now.
Yes.
And on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a circle with a line going up from the bottom of the screen there. Is that circle where you indicated you found it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I have just a couple questions based on this picture. And then can we leave it up?
Go ahead.
Yes, please. Ms. Smith, so as we look at the picture here, in which direction, left or right, is the bus stop?
To the right.
To the right, so closer to the church? Is that or that white building that's in
No, no, that's a person's house right there.
Okay,
It was like, okay, I come out of my driveway and it's like catty corner to the bus stop from my driveway.
well, the sign is where the bus stop is, right?
Yes, right there.
Okay, and so,
Sorry.
okay, that's all I have.
Sorry, Laura. I did say welcome. It's lovely to see you. This is a preliminary hearing for Nasiah Harris. It is a case coming up. I think it's due the 7th of March for trial. So this is a preliminary hearing. And it's not a huge case that's been picked up by all the big networks, although it's starting to gain some traction. It's about a 13-year-old girl, Nasiah, who went missing in Detroit on the 9th of January in 2024, I think it was. Yeah, because it's just gone 12 months. And yeah, it's nasty. Apparently she was having an intimate relationship with her said uncle, who picked her up that day from school. They have CCTV footage. They went to a motel and they see her going in, and she's never been seen since. They've recovered some clothing. They have established that she was also pregnant. And this is basically, for the judge to establish if there's enough information to keep going forward. So he's been charged with SA, obviously, murder. And there's quite a few other charges, I think more to do with kidnapping or something. I can't remember. I'll have to go back to the charge sheet. But yeah, it's there's bits and pieces of it everywhere. It's really hard to piece it together. But yeah, this is day one of the preliminary hearing. There are, I think, 3 full days of it. It's and yeah, it's trigger warning. It's quite nasty. So I'm trying to put it all together, but we're doing a big deep dive on it this week. Myself and Steve from Justice as a Process, and we're going to present that on Saturday on our podcast. So that will have as much information as we can find.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Yes, her uncle.
Thank you.
The uncle was seeing the aunt, Shannon, who he had 6 kids with. And I'm trying to piece together a family tree and get my head around it because I'm hearing heaps of different stuff. So initially, I was told the mother had a drug overdose. Then I heard that she was killed in a car accident, but she's still alive. And she's actually spoken and made statements and stuff. She just keeps a back line. But Nazai was living with her grandmother. I think the mother may have had addiction issues, perhaps. The father is, what was his name? Put it all together. Marvin Jennings. I don't know. I don't think he was involved in her life because the mother, like Desire, was a result of an affair between the two of them. And Desire has a brother as well called Val, I think, which I haven't heard of yet. So I'm still piecing it together, but yes, it's awful. Awful. Yes.
You have me.
And this was a lady that found Desire's ID card. Who's next?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Richmond.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Detective Jason Mays,
And how are you employed?
with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed as in the city of Detroit?
A little over 21 years.
Is there a specific unit that you're assigned to?
Homicide.
And I'm going to take you back to February 15th of 2024. Were you working that day?
I was
Okay. When you working alone or with a partner?
with a partner,
And who's your partner?
Detective Lisa Johnson.
And what is it that you were assigned to do that day?
I was tasked with interviewing an individual.
And do you remember the name of the individual that you were supposed to interview?
Yes,
Who was that?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point to them and tell me the color of the clothing that they're wearing?
The gentleman sitting behind the fence with the green shirt on, the mask.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And where did this interview take place?
Detroit Police Department headquarters.
And who was all there in the interview?
Myself, Detective Johnson, and the defendant.
And how was it that Mr. Butts was there?
He was brought there by officers, I believe.
And was Mr. Butts in custody for your purposes at that time?
No,
Was he in custody for other purposes at that time?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes,
Did you ask Mr. Butts if he would talk to you?
I did.
All right. Did you offer him any food or drink, anything like that?
No,
Did you ask if he knew or understood English?
I don't recall that. No,
Okay.
but by speaking with him, I knew he understood English.
Okay. Did you ask him like his education level, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask if he was under the influence of any narcotics or alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And did you advise him of his rights at that time?
I did.
Okay. And did you use anything to assist in providing him with his constitutional rights?
Yes. The constitutional right form. I also recited it to him verbally.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you go to Marcus People's proposed exhibit 20 and explain what it is I just handed you?
Certificate of notification of constitutional rights.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the constitutional rights that you provided Mr. Butts on February 15th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 20.
No objection.
It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 20.
Thank you, Judge. And on this sheet, did Mr. Butts reflect that he understood and acknowledged his rights at that time?
Yes.
And how is it that he did that?
By attaching this signature and dating it.
Okay. And who all signs this form?
Myself as a witness and also anyone that's in the room.
Did Mr. Butts exhibit anything to you as an experienced officer with 21 years that would make you believe that him talking to you wasn't voluntary?
No,
And did he agree to speak with you?
he did.
All right. About how long did you guys talk for, if you recall?
I would say the interview may have been a total, maybe a couple hours, 2 hours.
And were there any breaks in between that time?
Yes.
Okay. And was this interview recorded in any way?
Yes.
How was it recorded?
Audio and visual in the interview room.
Okay. And I showed you previously in a video of the interview that took place. Do you remember me showing you that?
Yes.
Okay. And when I showed that to you, was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that you took with Mr. Butts back on February 15th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And John, I'd vote for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 21.
No objection.
It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 21.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish? I'm not going to play the whole video. It's rather lengthy, but there are parts that I did want to play.
Okay.
Now, first, detective, I'm sorry. Did Mr. Butts give you a phone number that he used?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what phone number it is that he gave you?
I would have to review my report, but I believe it's 313-585, something or other.
Okay, would reviewing your report refresh your memory?
It would.
Do you have your copy or?
Yeah, I have a copy.
Okay.
It's 313-585-8719.
Okay. Now I want to jump to 1 hour and 46 seconds in 1 hour, 46 minutes and 56 seconds. I'm going to play at 1 hour, 46 minutes and 38 seconds.
Then what are you dealing with, right? Okay. They know. You got them together. They know what's going on together, but they know about you. Okay.
So, reason I ask you that, I want to ask you no questions I wouldn't have answers to, so I'm just trying to understand something. So this right here is a brief synopsis of Zaza's interaction with you, each phone number that you had since 2019. And so right here on the day that I'm concerned with, this is right here.
Don't forget to be there for yeah, that was what specifically I was supposed to pick them up that day. But I never responded.
Yeah.
Well,
So then next one, she responded.
if you send a message.
Pardon, delete your number.
No, I don't, like I said, it's
Before you explain, just forget the time, say back to back. And we in school, and then right here, tells you to respond on fact. That's received.
I did receive it.
So, and you said, okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
So, like I said, all my numbers, they were sending.
And pausing at 1 hour, 48 minutes and 7 seconds. I want to go backwards in time. To 1 hour, 13 minutes and 49 seconds.
So.
I like that name, Alia.
That's what we saw. Okay, all right, so your original date.
Rolls off the tongue. Alia Sabri. Why are you? Alia Sabri.
November the 20th, the day before my birthday of last year.
That's when it happened?
Oh, no, when that case happened?
No, when did you supposed to get sentenced? Because we got 2 days. We got January.
So what happened was, I was supposed to get sentenced last year, the day before my birthday. Went to court, whatever the case may be, they adjourned it to January 9th.
That's the day we met.
Right, so I had a legal issue pending, and I asked to get it extended before I could take care of my legal issue. That was January the 25th. So after that, then they scheduled it for February 7th.
To go.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm pausing at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 44 minutes and 44 seconds. And moving to.
So that January the 9th is the same day that Messiah went missing, and he was due in court on another charge.
One hour, 15 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right, so what's your relationship with on the day to day? Like, are y'all having any interactions? Or just y'all like these uncle relationship?
Yeah, we kind of like this uncle in our house, so get her and my brother from time to time.
Your daughter,
Tonight,
his brother.
J.A. Hospital.
Go ahead. How is she?
16.
16? Okay. I thought you said you okay. 10. Okay. Go ahead.
So I get her from time to time. I do cleanups.
Okay.
Sometimes I used to do them when I worked at my old job. Frank's, I used to have them come and clean up my office and my bathroom and stuff like.
Now, he's having these kids come to his workshop. And I'll show you where that is in a minute. But he's been on the sex offender registry since early 2000s. And when he was seeing Shannon, who he fathered 6 kids to, she knew of that status. And he's still been allowed to take these children, unaccompanied, to clean the bathroom and stuff at his work.
Give or take.
Okay, and where's Frank's at?
That's this morning.
Did you pay him?
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 17 minutes and 3 seconds. And I'm starting at 1 hour, 22 minutes and 1 second.
That's your passport today, huh?
That's the face.
It's a face recognition. So you wouldn't able to use your face, you have a pen, what's that? 04
1925.
1925. Okay, so, so, if I need to know the last time you talked with, okay, bro? Alright, so would you be willing to give me consent to do that real quick? Thank you. What type of phone do you have? iPhone?
Yeah, that's what I you looked at me like, what kind of?
Zero.
JRPIS.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
We have a Jarvis, we work with.
Yeah, I work with a diverse. Alright, so, iPhone, what color is it? Okay, the last you said is 11. And your phone 313-585-8719. Password is 041925.
When the last time you used that phone? Right before that. Okay. Okay, did you cut the phone off or is it still on? I cut it off, it's still on this right, company-wise. Company-wise, right, okay. Where did you leave the phone? It was actually with one of my girlfriends, man, because she took me, she bought me.
The audio is
I
terrible.
heard you say baby mama, 13 kids, fiance.
13 kids.
You live with who you live with? That's the fiance. And we got a girlfriend. Okay, player. You want to define heartbeats? Okay. I actually used it before I went to sentence. Okay, so she had her phone. From my understanding, the police had my phone. Now, who did they get it from? Her. We asked because we don't know this info. From my understanding, they conducted a raid on her house. Okay.
Why they raiding her house?
I don't know, that's the same thing. But she had the phone. But the phone was in her possession. Okay,
So,
and that's where you left it, and you got locked in my jacket in the car. Okay.
what type of car? What color?
Tan.
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
Is that your car or her car? Oh, okay.
Pausing at 1 hour, 24 minutes and 50 seconds.
He's a player, that's for sure. Or she is.
I'm playing at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 16 seconds.
To the sex and very makes me be. And I know she was getting older, so she was into certain things, like I come up, she had fingernails and shit on. And I know grandma was.
So why just not give it to her? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So what time you get It's a mentor, like, so you mentor, would you talk to her then about anything?
Depending on, certain other things, I would ask them how she believes, and, I've been serious, like I say, I've been too much in family business. And, hey, like I said, everything is ready to be at her. You know what I mean? So, you want something to earn, you appreciate it more. So that was my whole thing on that. So I used to just give it to them, they would take advantage.
No, this is the first day, doll. This is day one.
And there's a lot of kids out there, so I can't keep giving. Yeah, not everybody $5, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you have asked for it, or she asks for it, and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I got a job for you. If I have something for you to do, I'll call and let you know. Every time they come in, $25 a piece, depending on.
Okay. So, ask you about this area real quick. What's her other name? Right.
You know about when that picture might have been taken or where? Does she look like that last time you saw her? What she look like the last time you saw her? Any color in gray?
Liar. That's the last photo ever taken of her.
You talking about back and forth on the house? So she went back and forth on the house.
Last time I seen her, she was getting hair. Yes, she was. She was like, stay next door. So she was going back and forth, we tell next door, they were in the basement at the grandmother's house, getting her hair.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 35 minutes and 6 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 34 seconds.
Okay, so when I was asking you about you had any contact with the text message or anything with Jarvis, not your kids, you don't have any contact with like that at all? It was you think the last time you talked to her? Were you supposed to meet her anywhere? No. Not at all. Not at all. So if
Pausing at 1 hour, 45 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 50 minutes and 44 seconds.
girls are in other upstairs and things like that. So not a human, but some of the stuff we can't just. I got to actually. So I do a lot. So we're, so can you kind of help me out, like, what went on with that, or point in the right direction? I'm not saying, no, I'm not saying that, what I'm trying to say is what's going, what happened, like, I can't tell you. Why would you keep texting me everything if you that wasn't me, so if he's new? It's okay. So that's
I was picking up at that house at the grandma's house on Bedford. Okay, time to time, I had talked to them, and I did tell them that the location she had put at my grandma's house. Because they got out of school every time I was with my daughter, they got out of school. I don't pick them, I don't pick one of them up. I don't mind. I don't pick one of them up.
It wasn't.
Pausing at 1 hour, 51 minutes and 54 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 52 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay, did she ever decide anything about academy? trouble with, with girls and
I
boys.
don't know about the situation she had with some girls. Supposing that I'm doing something like that, I'm not sure about that situation. So what they talking about when I got, she was talking about the number that she called me from. Like I said, they call from different numbers. I see. Text now she.
So right.
Right.
So I can get your number.
I don't know why she was saying my number though. Because anything that we do, like I said, it's always like that. When they call me from text now numbers and all that bullshit. So I'm assuming she said. Like I said, I don't have no reason I had nothing else. My phone was ringing as everything is on my phone. Y'all have possession of my phone. Take a look at it, go through it. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know why she said it in my number.
So you saying that you need to know, right?
I promise Jesus, I didn't know that.
Promise to Jesus.
Like I said, she said that text message. I was supposed to think, we never had a chance to get anything because I'm not going to this one. Because I know that you, we're going to die next time.
On the night?
I don't know what it is.
I'm pausing at 1 hour, 54 minutes and 42 seconds. Now I'm playing at 1 hour, 56 minutes and 53 seconds.
Did you tell them what she was just, listen.
I told my child mother that I had to she text me.
That,
Yes.
to me,
Yeah. So then she had text me and I asked what number was this. She's like, I don't know. I gave her the number. She said she didn't know what number that was.
so you see the Daria correspondence the day before, on the 8th?
Yeah, I'm saying, no, what does it say?
So,
It said, what do you do?
right,
That was using what I do?
she's saying that, she asked me you was at work and you was like, what you doing?
Yeah, what do you do?
So, y'all have back and forth conversation.
Like that. So like I said, they called me when I had time. So I told you when they had my half
But I
time.
guess the way that the beginning is coming in, I'm just trying to understand.
So you tell me.
No, you wait. Listen, I'm agreeing. At the beginning of the conversation, you asked, did you ever speak with her on the phone with text message? And you said that you either speak with the grandma or you speak with your child's mother.
Or they call me, they tag me and harass me, and I call the grandmother and let them know that they did that.
But here, we have a back and forth conversation.
Okay, what the conversation was.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 58 minutes and 23 seconds. Detective, it's fair to say that those were just clips of this interview.
Correct.
Okay. And your conversation with Mr. Butts continued on into other kind of topics too.
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Butts say the last time that he saw Naziah before she went missing?
Yes, he stated to me that he had last seen her at the end of December or early January at the grandmother's house.
Okay. And did he say anything about knowing where Naziah's bus stop was?
Yes,
Okay. What did he say about that?
he said that the bus stop was at 3 miles drive in Cornwall.
And when you guys are talking, you mentioned the name Zaza. Who is he referring to as Zaza?
The decedent, he's talking about Isaiah.
If, you were showing Mr. Butts some text messages. What were the messages that you were showing him? Where were they from?
From his cell phone data, or I got that information from the officer in charge of the case. I don't know exactly where it was extracted from. I would have to review the document.
Okay. Were they from like a cell phone provider? Were they from an app, something like that?
I believe they were from an app.
Okay. And was it your understanding that those were messages between Mr. Butts, the defendant, and Naziah Harris?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the photo that you showed Mr. Butts, where he identified Naziah I want to show you people's, it's argument exhibit 12. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Is this similar to the photo that you showed Mr. Butts in your interview?
Yes.
What's the only difference, if there's any?
It appears to be the same. I feel like my picture was zoomed in a little bit.
Okay, so it's just a smaller version. Was yours in color also?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And is this the one where he identified as Ms. Harris?
Yes.
I think we're good at time.
Good afternoon, Detective Mace.
Good afternoon.
So, let me ask you, first of all, your role in this case, were you primarily just to interview Mr. Butts, or were you involved in the greater investigation?
Mainly for the interview. I assisted on a search.
Okay. So, you interviewed Mr. Butts on February 15th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He was already in custody, correct?
Yes.
And where did this interview take place at?
Detroit Police Headquarters.
Okay. Did you take him, transport him, or was he already there when you got there?
He was already there.
Okay. So you don't know what conversation was had with him prior to getting there, correct?
No.
Okay. How long was he there prior to you seeing him? Do you know?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay. But it was you and your partner, Lisa Johnson?
Yes.
All right. You came into the room, correct? And he was already in the room when you came in?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't offer him any food or drinks?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he had a chance to use the restroom?
No.
Okay. So you begin the interview with the reading of his constitutional rights.
Yes.
All right. And you said you believe he understood English. He understood everything he said, correct?
Correct.
And you read the rights from him.
Yes.
Did he read them to you, or did you read them to him?
I recited them to him first.
Okay.
And then I asked him to go over and read it himself.
Okay. You didn't have him read them out loud?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I can't recall. No.
All right. And he initialed behind each one of those, correct?
Yes.
You had him verify his phone number, correct?
Correct.
All right. First of all, let me ask you, what was Mr. Butt's demeanor at this time?
His demeanor, initially it appeared to be forthcoming.
Okay. So he appeared to answer all your questions, correct?
Yes.
Didn't hesitate in answering any of your questions, did he?
No.
All right. And it was a conversation between the two, correct?
Yes.
And you said this interview took place over 2 hours and 15 minutes. Is that what I had?
I feel it was about a couple hours. Yes.
Okay. So you asked him about his cell phone, correct?
Yes.
He gave you the cell phone. He gave you his number, correct?
Yes.
And he even signed off to say, yeah, go ahead and search my cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you asked him about January 9th, correct?
Yes.
And he told you he did not do, he had a legal issue up in Clinton Township. I'm sorry, he had a legal issue, excuse me.
Yeah, he said he had a legal issue. Yes.
All right. Did you check and verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. And you asked him about Desire coming to his shop, correct? I'm sorry, you asked him about his interaction with Desire, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that she would come to his shop from time to time, correct?
Yes.
And he would have her do work in his shop, correct?
Yes.
And he also told you he had his daughter do work as well, correct?
Correct.
Did you verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. You asked him about a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And he said, he told you where this bus stop was, correct?
Correct.
And did you find out how he knew where this bus stop was?
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Did he tell you that anyone told him where this bus stop was?
I'm not sure, sir. I can't recall that, sir.
You can't recall? Maybe that's true.
I can't recall.
Can't recall. Okay. Just one moment. Yeah, I have no further questions.
Are you direct?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You're done. Do you all want to break for lunch or keep going?
I'll leave it to you. Doesn't matter.
I can leave it at the board's discretion.
That's my staff. Okay. We need a break. Okay, we have 4 to 5 left, right? First witnesses.
I believe so, Judge. I don't think we're gonna be lengthy.
Okay, we'll come back at 1:45 and finish up the rest of the witnesses.
Thank you.
I'll start with.
You guys.
All right.
I have it all.
It's like-
Can't go back.
Center that really showcases
Judge, before that, we actually approached. No.
No?
Yeah,
yes.
in person.
Without name, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the record and state that, and then cut it off.
What? So they shut us down for a, must be a minor.
Right. We just took a brief 5-minute break. Are the people ready to call the next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go right ahead.
At this time, people would call Erica Anderson.
Erica Anderson.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay. Just watch your step. You can pull that microphone off the ledge if you want, so you don't have to keep leaning into it. Yeah, ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Erica Anderson, ERICA-ANDERSON.
And how are you employed?
I'm with the Michigan State Police Northville Crime Lab in the biology unit
And how long have you been employed by Michigan State Police in the Northville Crime Lab?
for 15 years.
And what kind of education do you have for your job?
I have a bachelor's in biochemistry from Eastern Michigan University. I also have training with the National Forensic Science Technology Center and the Michigan State Police. That was approximately 1 year of testing in forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Okay, so what kind of training, I guess, do you have to have for your role that you do, and do you do any continuously?
So I had approximately 1 year of training with, I previously mentioned, as well as continuous education, which includes at least 8 hours in DNA specific training, as well as up-to-date journal articles and current technology.
Okay. And do you have any certifications or any necessary like licenses for this job?
No, we don't.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Where at?
Washtenaw County, Wayne County, St. Clair, Oakland County, federal.
And would approximate how many times have you testified as an expert?
About 40.
And what is it that you testified as an expert in?
On DNA analysis.
Your Honor, move to certify Jarvis Anderson as an expert in DNA analysis. Okay. And do you have any certifications or any necessary like licenses for this job?
No, we don't.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Where at?
Washtenaw County, Wayne County, St. Clair, Oakland County, federal.
Okay. And would approximate how many times have you testified as an expert?
About 40.
And what is it that you've testified as an expert in?
On
No,
DNA
nobody.
analysis.
Your Honor, move to certify Jarvis Anderson as an expert in DNA analysis.
No objection. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about this case specifically, and when I say this case, I'm referring to lab number MD24-691. Did you author reports as it relates to that case number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what record numbers did you author?
Record 4, 6, 8. Oh, and 5, sorry.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing to market people's proposed exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. You look at these and tell me if you recognize what I've handed you.
These are the reports I authored.
And is People's Exhibit 23, is this a fair and accurate copy of the report you authored as it relates to record number 5?
Yes, it is.
I move to the admission of People's 23.
No objection. It'll be admitted as People's 23.
Okay, sorry, and I missed 22. In Proposed Exhibit 22, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report that you authored in record number 4?
Yes, it is.
For the admission of People's 22.
No objection. It'll be admitted.
Thank you. And in Proposed People's 24, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 6?
Yes, it is.
For the admission of People's
All right,
24.
let's go through these.
Oh, Sharon, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
I
you.
think she loved one.
Okay, so we're looking at People's 22 right now. Tell me, what is it that like these reports just generally start with at the top?
The information that is submitted by the
I
agency,
love
with
when
the
those
evidence,
people-
which is their
Love it.
agency number, as well as the investigating officer, and then we assign a laboratory number to the case. It also has the date received for that evidence and the date the report was completed.
And who comes up with the nature of offense? Do you list that? Does the police list that?
The agency.
Okay. And what about the victims and suspects? Who lists those?
They also list those on the paperwork when they submit the evidence.
Okay. So in record number 4, what did you do in record number 4?
I interpreted and recorded 2
Sorry.
items of evidence that were submitted.
What were those items of evidence?
A buckle swab from Jarvis butts and an ID, swabs of an ID card.
And what is it that you did to them? What's the process that you did?
So I'll give you a general overview of the process. When we receive this evidence in our laboratory, it's usually in a small tube, it's cuttings or swabs from evidence. We then extract the DNA, we see how much is present, and then we make millions of copies of that DNA. We can then get a picture of that DNA profile from the evidence or the individual, and we can compare those. So in this case, I received the buccal swab, and for a reference sample or a buccal swab or blood, known DNA from an individual, everyone has 1 or 2 what we call types at each of the locations within the DNA. So when I see 1 or 2 at one of these locations, I know that's only 1 person. If I'm seeing 3 or 4, 2 people in that sample. So for a reference sample, blood or buccal swab from inside someone's cheek, there would only be 1 individual present because that's directly from that individual.
Okay. And what you do, your process doesn't change or alter the DNA in any way, does it?
No, everyone has their own unique DNA profile. It is specific only to that person unless they have an identical twin. Every cell in your body has the same DNA profile that is unique to that individual.
So in record number 4, you came up with some interpretations. What does that mean?
So when I look at the kind of the picture of that DNA profile, I'll interpret how many people are there and then make comparisons to any known samples and the evidence.
Okay. So in interpretation number 1, you obtained a profile from the Jarvis butts buccal swab.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that was sufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct.
What does it mean to be sufficient for comparison purposes?
So DNA must be above a certain threshold for evidence or references. And in this case, that DNA profile was all above that threshold, and it can then be compared to evidence.
Okay. And the interpretation number 2, you obtained a DNA profile from ID card swabs, but that was insufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct. The amount of DNA there was just too low and did not make it above that threshold, so I couldn't do anything with it or compare it to anything.
Okay. So you can say there's DNA there, but you can't compare it to anything.
Correct.
Okay. And that was the entire substance of record number 4. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. In record number 5, what evidence did you analyze in record number 5?
I received earbuds that were submitted as a possible alternate known. Fabric mattress pad cover cuttings. Plastic mattress cover piece. That's it.
And these earbuds, alternate known. What does it mean? What does alternate known mean?
When there isn't a known sample from an individual, occasionally they can bring in, an agency could bring in an alternate known. Usually this would be a toothbrush or, something that you knew belonged to them, a comb, or something along those lines. And then we could use that as an alternate known for that individual as their known sample.
Okay, so as opposed to there's a straight buccal swab from them or a hair strand from them.
Generally, buccal swabs or blood samples are used as references for known samples.
And in this case, do you know what alternate known you received?
This is an alternate reference known possibly for the victim in the case.
Okay. Would an alternate known, could that also be like a blood card from like birth?
Yes, that there are blood spot cards taken at birth that can be obtained from hospitals to be used as known samples.
Okay, so it'd be a known sample.
Correct.
Okay. And your results in this case, in your interpretations, you stated there was a DNA profile obtained from the earbud swabs that was not sufficient for comparison purposes. Is that the same thing that you were saying? You were able to have a sufficient amount of DNA for comparison for Ms. Harris's blood card?
Correct.
Okay. And in your first or your second interpretation, this is as it relates to black hoodie stain swabs. This is the 5AD stain swabs. What were your hypotheses here?
So I determined that there were 2 individuals in that black hoodie stain swab, the first one, 5AD. And I would compare each of the known individuals to the sample. So initially it would be Jarvis Butts and on one unrelated unknown contributor, and then on the other hypothesis would be 2 unrelated unknown contributors. So based on those results from the black hoodie stain swabs, it was approximately 460 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and an unknown contributor than if it was from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides moderate support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
Okay. And you can't say what that stain was, can you?
No.
Okay. And then you said you did one for Jarvis Butts and you did one for Ms. Harris.
Correct. So when comparing Ms. Harris, it's approximately 3.7 million times more likely if it originated from Ms. Harris and 1 unrelated contributor than if it were from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Ms. Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
And in interpretation 3, this is the second of the black hoodie stain swabs, 5BD. When they're separated like that, when you have like 5BD and 5AD, does that tell you that they're different parts that are being swabbed, different areas?
Generally, it will be 2 different stains on the same item, but the person that actually took those swabs, they would best be able to describe where they were collected from.
Okay. So as it relates to 5BD, the black hoodie stain swabs, what did you find there?
That was 1 individual in that sample, and it genetically typed as female.
And so if that's the case, what was your hypothesis then?
So comparing Ms. Harris to that sample, it was 3.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Ms. Harris than if it was from an unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Ms. Harris is the contributor to that black hoodie stain swab. And then I compare Jarvis Butts as well, and he's excluded from it to his single source samples.
Okay, and would that be because you found that it was only from 1 individual genetically typed as female?
Correct, yeah. When comparing him, he was excluded.
And when you say octillion, I'm not a math person, how many zeros is that?
That is 27 zeros.
Okay. And in interpretation number 4, we have just black hoodie swabs, and that's 5CD. And you have two analyses here, one with Jarvis and one with Mazaya. What did you find as it relates to the comparison with Jarvis?
So the black hoodie swabs, generally these are taken to see who may have possibly worn it or skin cells opposed to stain swabs. So I determined that this was from 3 individuals. There were 3 individuals in that sample, and at least one of them genetically typed as male. And when comparing it to Jarvis butts, it was approximately 2.1 million times more likely if it originated from Jarvis butts and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis butts is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And what about the comparison to Neziah?
When comparing Neziah Harris, it was 97 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated contributors. And this also is very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And how many zeros after the sextillion?
Sextillion is 21. And just for reference, anything over 1 million is considered very strong support.
And your next interpretation is to the pink bodysuit stain swabs. And you performed this assuming that there was 2 individuals. What was your comparison as it relates to Jarvis butts?
When comparing to Jarvis butts, it was 6.3 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides limited support that Jarvis butts is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain swabs.
And as it relates to Neziah Harris?
It is approximately 60 septillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain.
How many zeros in septillion?
Septillion is 24.
And then you interpreted the pink bodysuit, just regular swabs of it. And you determined that there was 2 individuals, at least 1 was typed as male.
Correct.
Tell me your comparison with Jarvis butts.
It was 24 trillion times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Jarvis butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis butts is not a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And you had said previously, just the swabs of items, you said they're more related to like a wearer ID type thing?
Generally, if it's possible stain, blood stain, semen stain, it'll have the word stain. It's just swabs of. Generally, it is just swabs looking for who was possibly wearing that item. But I did not take the swab, so that person would be able to tell exactly.
And for the comparison with Neziah Harris, what did you find there?
It was 150 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it was originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors, which is very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And I think we said previously that was 21 zeros.
Sextillion, yes.
Okay. And what were your findings as it relates to interpretation number 7 of the fabric mattress pad stain cover?
So in the earlier report, we did not have a known sample from Neziah Harris, so I went back and compared her to those previously submitted evidence samples, one of which was the fabric mattress pad cover stain, which she was excluded as a contributor to that stain. Also,
yeah, you can.
Also to the plastic mattress cover piece swabs, which you'll remember that was 4 individuals. When comparing her, it was 430 million times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this was very strong support that Josiah Harris is not a contributor to that plastic mattress cover piece swabs. The final was the shower drain swabs. That was also for individuals. And that was 13,000 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Josiah Harris and 3 contributors. And that was strong support that Josiah Harris is not a contributor to those shower drain swabs.
And nothing else at the time, Judge.
Okay, Ross. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So when you received the swabs, you said in separate tubes, each swab or cutting or whatever you would be testing comes in a separate tube?
Correct.
And it's all labeled with a number that corresponds with the file that you're working on, is that correct?
Correct. Each one has its own ID, yes.
Okay. And what other communication do you receive with those swabs?
We have submission paperwork, and that is in our system loaded, as well as all of the worksheets from the analysis that we go through. There's chain of custody. I mean, all this is within our system, but we only receive that initial information when we submit it. That paperwork. Occasionally we'll have a police report or something, but in this case, I didn't see one.
You didn't have one in this case?
I did not have one in my case file.
Did you have any communication with Sergeant Shannon Jones before you did the testing?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know, was there a name associated with this file that you knew of before you did the testing?
There are, like I said, names within the case file. Generally, we process samples in batches and we don't really look at all that before we get started until we sit down to actually write the case, and those profiles are already complete.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to get some information from you just on how that process works, because I have a limited understanding of DNA, so correct me when I mess up. But as I understand it, when you're running these samples, essentially you come up with, ultimately for interpretation, kind of a line that shows peaks, and that is those are the things that you're comparing. Is that fair to say?
So we look at 24 different areas within the DNA, and 2 of those will just give me the sex of the individual, if they're male or female, if there's a male included. On the other 22, it will be 2 like peaks basically at each location, and you'll have either 1 or 2 each individual.
And there could also be other peaks. So typically you have some that are taller than others, but you could also have shorter peaks. Is that fair to say?
If there's multiple people in that sample, I'll see maybe several peaks, and that's how I would determine how many individuals are in that sample.
Or things that you might interpret as, like, I think they call it stutter.
We possibly, it's a kind of a normal part of the system. There are these peaks that are expected, and they generally are filtered out. Occasionally they get a little high, but we know what they are.
And I was gonna say, so then when you see this chart, is that your part of your interpretation to kind of exclude that as something of significance?
The stutter peaks?
Yes.
Yes, I would evaluate if any of those peaks could possibly be stutter or not.
Okay, and I think you answered this, but I just want to make sure. How many loci did you test?
There's 24 total loci.
And that's what you tested?
Correct.
Okay. And that's of like the 3 million base pairs that exist, fair to say? And there's 150,000 loci in the human genome, correct?
Yeah, this is the standard for forensic testing.
It's 24. And so I think you indicated in almost all the things that you tested, they were mixed samples, except for the 2 initial, the buccal swab and the ID card. Is that fair to say? More than 1 contributor?
Yes, except for the mattress stain swabs, I believe was a single contributor. Otherwise, yes,
okay.
More than 1 individual.
On the black hoodie swab, the non-stain swab, I think your report indicates, or your testimony was that there were 3 contributors. Is that correct?
I just wanted to double check to be
Of
sure.
course, yep. Are you going to refer to your report to do that?
Yes, my report.
Okay.
So the second, the 5BD,
Yes.
5BD was only one individual, female.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm looking at.
The hoodie swab's not the same, you said?
Correct,
Yes,
yes.
that was, I determined to be 3 individuals present.
Okay. And I think your report says that at least one was male.
Correct. I can't determine how many males, just that at least one is male because there was a black in the sample.
Okay, so fair to say there could have been 2 male contributors and 1 non-male, 1 female contributor.
Yeah, all I know is at least one in those groups.
Okay. Now, is it the program that determines the statistical number, the probability, or how is that determined?
I determine how many individuals are in the sample, and then the software determines that likelihood ratio.
Okay. Because you're only receiving swabs or cuttings, you don't actually see pictures of what the items are that the stains came from or the swabs came from. Is that fair to say? Or do you?
They are in the case file. I did see them in this case. So sometimes I'll look at them, and sometimes I'll just write the report unless there's a need to see them. They're not always provided, but.
Do those pictures indicate to you where the different samples might have been taken from or the swabs may have been taken from?
Yes, the pictures in this case were taken by the previous analyst that provided the samples to me. So she would have actually examined the evidence itself, took the pictures, as well as where any swabs or cuttings were taken.
So the previous analyst would be testing for genetic material in general. Is that fair to say, like saliva, blood, semen, stuff like that? She's the one that's making that determination.
Yes, she would do any body fluid testing, such as blood, semen, saliva, and then any swabs of just for skin cells.
Okay. DNA can degrade over time, fair to say?
Over time and in certain conditions, sure.
Weather, stuff like that.
Potentially as sunlight can degrade DNA.
The elements in general, bacteria.
Yes.
Okay. And so when it degrades, does that mean that the DNA molecule itself is breaking down?
Yes, to degrade DNA.
And what is the impact of that on a DNA test?
It could just be lower than it would have been. So there's still a profile, it's just lower. We also see a very specific pattern when something is degraded, where it, instead of peaks kind of being nice and straight, they kind of ski slope off. So we can identify it.
Okay. Could it mean that you get an incomplete or a partial profile?
Sure, yeah.
Was that a factor at all in any of the swabs that you tested in this case?
I didn't see any very specific, that pattern that I was talking about. I didn't see that. Some of the samples are lower, so they may have been possibly, if they were in elements, degraded or diluted.
Okay. So you mentioned that when you're looking at a profile, if you see a Y chromosome, that indicates to you that there's a male contributor to that sample, correct? And I'm trying to say this in the least amount of words possible. And so if you have a mixed sample, you can do, or one of the ways to determine the male profile would be to use a Y-star, Y-STR analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, we do offer testing that specifically looks at only that Y chromosome in our lab, and I don't perform that testing personally.
Somebody else would perform that?
Yeah, so when we need it, they will perform it, yes.
And what would indicate, or what would determine when that would be needed?
Generally, it's in samples where it's a mixture from, usually from a female, let's say a body swab, and there's so much of her DNA, it's overwhelming the small amount of male DNA present. So they can do this testing to only look at that Y chromosome so that that large amount of female DNA kind of isn't in the way.
And so this would be done for something like skin cells or saliva or some DNA, some genetic material that's not specific to males. Is that correct? Like you wouldn't need to do that kind of a test on semen or something that's only going to come from a male.
It's any sample where there's just an over, a large amount of female DNA, but a very small amount of male DNA is generally when we use the testing.
Okay. Would you use it if there were multiple suspected male contributors?
I don't want to speak to that test, like when we would use it, since I don't do it.
Okay. Would it be, is it possible to use that, or would that be helpful in general?
I have no idea.
Okay, you're not familiar with?
No, I mean, I have the basic understanding, but since I don't actually perform it and I'm not trained in it, I don't want to speak to it.
Okay. Is it the Y chromosome DNA, is that passed down to male offspring?
But the male profile, so you're talking about the YSTR profile, it would be the same?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, from a father to a son?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Y star DNA, right? The
Yes.
Y short tandem repeat?
Correct, yes.
And so you could have a similar Y star profile between a father and a son because that chromosome is being passed down almost completely unchanged. Is that fair to say? Or is it correct scientifically?
I mean, scientifically, they would have the same, without any mutations, that father and son would have the same Y profile.
Okay.
But in autosomal testing, they would not.
And when you were doing your testing on these samples, you had 2 known profiles, correct?
Correct.
You were testing against Jarvis Butts?
Correct.
Yes, and Messiah Harris.
That's correct.
You weren't testing it against any other males?
No other references were submitted to us for comparisons.
Okay. So DNA test obviously can't tell you when DNA was deposited on an item. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it can't say how it came to be put there, right?
Correct.
Like it could be there's primary DNA, right? If I cut myself and I get blood on my shirt, that would be a primary transfer, right?
Yes.
If I then touch something and get blood on that, then the blood that's on the, say it's on my paper, the blood that's on the paper then would be a secondary transfer.
Yeah, from your shirt.
Yes.
Correct.
Or say if I hand my pen to Mr. Riggins here, and then he hands it to somebody else, that would be a third. Is that correct?
It's the transfer of the DNA. So I touch this primary, then you come and touch it, my DNA's on it, that would be secondary. And tertiary would be, then that DNA moves again. Of course, each time DNA is transferred, it's lower and lower generally.
Okay. And so then if Mr. Riggins walks away with my pen and leaves it in another room and somebody picks up that pen and uses it, in theory, they could be tested and have my DNA on them, correct?
Possibly.
Even if we were never in the same room together.
Correct.
Okay. Transfer can occur also even like in a washing machine, right?
Possibly.
So if clothes are washed together, which is kind of illogical, right? You're washing something, but in reality, my clothes and Mr. Riggins' clothes could be washed together and his DNA could transfer onto my clothes just by virtue of being washed in the same cycle.
Correct.
Okay. Wait just a second. I don't have anything else. Thank you. Just briefly.
You had some questions about YSTR testing. Would it be fair to say that that's kind of like a secondary test you would do if nothing comes up in autosomal DNA testing?
Correct. That's when we look at that type of testing, is when we don't get results with autosomal.
And is that because in autosomal testing would be a direct match as opposed to just a match on a Y chromosome?
Yeah, to a Y profile that is shared. Yeah.
Okay. So in these reports, you had known samples from Messiah Harris and known samples from Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay. And they were direct autosomal matches to Jarvis Butts.
Well, we don't use match. We might compare them directly. Yes.
They were direct comparisons to Jarvis Butts DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And so I believe, as you said, he would share Y DNA with his biologically related male children.
Correct.
But his X DNA would not be the same as his biologically related male children.
No, we get half our DNA from our mom, half our DNA from our father. So that's what makes up your DNA profile.
So if he has a male son, their DNA would not compare, it would only be compared comparatively to the Y chromosomes, not the X chromosome.
Yes. So father and son, they would not have the same profile, but they would have the same Y profile, which is not the testing that was done in this case.
Correct. This was direct autosomal comparison.
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that people shed or produce or leave DNA at different rates?
Yes, everyone is different. How much DNA you leave behind when you touch something. Things like blood semen, saliva, we would expect there to be more DNA present in those types of samples versus just touching something in skin cells.
And given that people can shed DNA at a different rate, that's kind of the right way I'm wording it. You can't say whether or not something was a primary transfer or secondary transfer based on the amount of DNA present.
No, I can't say at all how it got there or even if it's a body fluid. I mean, I don't do any body fluid testing, so I can only say what the DNA is and not where it came from or the type of possible fluids.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Ready to keep going?
Yeah, Judge, if we could do one more. At least one more. At this time, people call Lieutenant George Jarvis.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
George Harris.
And just that.
You can just take off the last two. It's easy.
And what do you do currently for a living, sir?
I'm a school safety liaison.
And going back to January of 2024, where were you employed at that time?
Detroit Public Schools Police.
And what did you do for the Detroit Public Schools Police Department at that time?
I was a lieutenant.
And assigned to an investigative division or something else?
I was in charge of the Western Patrol Division and our intelligence unit.
Okay. And did that include, at least on the intelligence unit side, some investigatory roles?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And were you involved in the disappearance and homicide investigation into Nizai Harris?
Yes, I was.
And how did you come involved in that, sir?
The initial report came in that she was missing. A detective was assigned to it. She liaisoned back to me that Nizai had a social media account and had oh,
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I just missed his name.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
George Harris.
And
Started making my notifications and started working on it from
you said January 9th the report was made?
the 10th, I'm sorry.
The 10th, okay. So that's when the investigation began, and that's when you became notified of this case, correct?
Correct.
And did the investigation stay with the Detroit Public Schools Police Department for the entirety of until today?
No.
When was it transferred and to who was it transferred?
It was transferred to Sergeant Shannon Jones sometime I don't remember the exact date, but it was later in January, maybe early February.
Okay. So
when we get closer to that 30-day mark.
Around a month?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason it was transferred to DPD?
There have been no sightings, nothing had been heard from her. At that point, the other agencies that I brought in, we ended up shifting it over once. We received some more calls from DPD. The commander of the 5th Precinct called me, and we just got together with Detroit, my chief and I, and the deputy chief, and then they decided they were going to take it over because it appeared that she was not going to be recovered.
Okay. And in the course, to your knowledge of the initial investigation by the Detroit Public Schools Department, was there any activity from Nizai on social media after January 9th?
Not from Nizai, no.
Now, you said earlier that after it was transferred to the Detroit Police Department, did you receive a call regarding, from Sergeant Jones regarding a request to confirm an ID that was found, a school ID?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive a copy of that picture of the ID to confirm it?
Yes.
Okay. And the picture that was sent to you, did you confirm that as Nizai Harris's grade 8 identification card? If you don't remember.
I'm not sure
Okay.
what grade she was in, but yeah, it was her identification card.
May I approach?
Yes.
approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 40. Does that look similar to what you were asked to confirm?
Yes.
And that one you went into, did you go into the school system to confirm that that was Nazia's ID?
Through an intermediary, but yes.
Okay. And in the bottom corner of one of that, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes, it does.
Yes. And you had said earlier that you did an initial search warrant to text now to receive some messages, correct?
It started out as exigent circumstance request, but yes.
Okay. And may I approach again?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 16. And if you could take a look at that, I'm handing you the last page of Exhibit 16. Does that look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
And are those some of the messages that you got from the search warrant that you did to text now?
Yes.
And are there on that page that you're holding 3 highlighted ones on the bottom of that message or that page?
Yes.
And the first highlighted one, is there a number associated with whether that it was sent or received from or to?
Yes.
And can you read that number for the court, please?
313-585-8719.
And was the first message that's highlighted there, was that a sent or received message?
It was a sent message.
Indicating that it came from the owner of the text now account, correct?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Don't forget to be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving school. If you're not there, I will wait.
And to be clear, the owner of the account that you did a search warrant on, you believe to be Nazia Harris, correct?
That is correct.
And then the second message down from that, second to last message on that page, is that a sent or received message?
It's a sent message.
And who is it sent to, the number?
313-585-8719.
And what does that message say?
Send okay if you send the message so I can delete your number.
And then the last message on that page first, is that a sent or received message to that account?
Received.
So the owner of the account would have received that message from someone else?
Yes.
And what's the number that sent the message to that text now account?
313-585-8719.
And what is that message?
Okay.
And what are the dates of those messages?
January 9th, 2024.
And when the owner of that account received that last message of okay, what date and time did she receive that on?
January 9th, 2024 at 14:23:10 UTC.
And the UTC would be 4 hours ahead of that time from the local time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would have been at 10 a.m. or so?
That would have been 9:23
a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing for you.
Is it Sergeant Harris? I'm sorry.
It was Lieutenant Harris.
Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I want to get that right. So did you learn about this case through Detective Gardner? You learned about it from somewhere from the school, or how did it land on your desk? Can you...
So the grandmother went to the school called Officer Wolf, who works that area. And then whenever we have a missing student, we always dispatch a detective.
Okay, so it was Officer Wolf who was initially dispatched to the school.
Correct.
To do kind of an initial intake or interview,
Yes.
so to speak. Okay. And you're familiar that he did that?
Yes, he generated a report and did that. And then Detective Adele Gardner took over from there.
So when Officer Harris,
Wolf
came back with his report, he passed, essentially, the report indicated what he did on the case and then handed it off to Detective Gardner.
No, Detective Gardner responded to the scene before he even came back and did the report.
Okay, so Detective Gardner was also involved in some of the things that Officer Wolf did.
Yes, the canvassing and talking to people, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to next. So you're familiar that at least Detective Gardner and Officer Wolf went out to the 3 Mile Drive location at Cornwall, where the bus stop was, and canvassed that area.
Not just them, but other officers, yes.
Others too, okay. Did any of the officers in DPS interview the teacher that was in Nazia's class that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, do you know who it was?
It would have been Detective Gardner.
And do you know if Detective Gardner has authored a report?
She would have case notes and interview statements of everybody she interviewed.
Okay. Did you follow up on anything that Officer Wolf did or that he left open in his report to do?
Not personally, I was just directing the efforts of Detective Gardner as whatever guidance she needed or help.
Okay. And one of the things that she requested of you was to do the search warrant for the text now?
The text now, Instagram.
Okay. And did you receive anything back from Instagram?
Yes, I received back to her Nazia's Instagram account information.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you came into possession of Messiah's laptop. Is that correct?
You talking about the one she uses at school?
Correct.
Yes.
And how did you become? How did you take possession of that?
I sent Detective Gardner over to the school to pick it up.
It was at the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where at the school?
With all the rest of the laptops the kids use.
Okay, so they leave the laptops there every day at the end of the day.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody from your unit or searched anywhere in the classroom, like lockers or areas where like coats and other things, bags, backpacks, lunch boxes, that kind of thing are stored?
That would have been standard to have to search where her locker was, her classroom, any of that stuff.
It would have been
We would search the whole school to make sure that we found kids hiding in the school before they were going missing. So we would search the entire school, surrounding area, that route to and from school, things of that nature.
Can you say for sure that that was done here, or just that should have been done because
That should have been done.
Okay, but you can't say for sure that you didn't do it.
I didn't go to the scene.
Okay. And you haven't read a report that indicated somebody else did it. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now you also were showing a picture of Messiah's 8th grade ID card from the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that ID card was issued to Messiah?
It should have been the beginning of the school year.
Okay. So that would have been end of August.
Yes. Or yeah, we started before Labor Day again last year.
Okay. Other than the warrant and giving the laptop over to DPD, did you do anything else yourself in this case?
Yes.
What else?
Went back out to the school, interviewed some students, got some more information from some of Naziah's friends, different from what they had given earlier. Spoke with her little sister, spoke with the grandmother, got the release for her dental records, picked up the toothbrush, went out on a couple more canvases, things of that nature.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you passed this case off, or your department passed this case off to DPD at about the 30-day mark.
Somewhere around there. It may have been a little after, because right around the 30-day mark is when I would have went and got the toothbrush, so we still had it then, because you have to make that update in the system as you get close to the 30-day mark.
So the case was opened on January 10th, correct?
Correct.
And was it the 13th of February that you gave the laptop to the Detroit Police? Do you recall?
That sounds about right, right around Valentine's Day.
Okay. And would that have been about the last thing that you did at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And that's right around a 30-day window, fair
Yeah,
to say?
a little bit past at that point.
Okay. Now, is that 30-day window, is that kind of a standard protocol, or is there something that kind of where your jurisdiction kind of expires and you pass it on to a different agency?
I would say no, because I had been with the school police since 2011, and this was the first missing we hadn't recovered within a couple of days. So normally we would, continue on with our cases, but once it got to that point, once we suspect, it could be a possible homicide, then the jurisdiction goes back to Detroit. So that's kind of how we went.
Would it be fair to say that once you had kind of exhausted your tools,
I guess, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
could you hand it off to a different agency before 30 days? Could you decide within 2 weeks, we aren't coming up with any leads, we should give this to a different agency for more assistance?
We could, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Quick asked you about recovering a laptop. That was done in this case. Naziah's laptop was recovered, correct?
Yes.
And did you or did someone else or DPS recover a tablet that belonged to Naziah as well?
Yes.
Okay, where was that recovered from? The school or somewhere else?
From the grandmother.
From the grandmother?
Yes.
And that would be Annette Harris?
Yes.
Another good.
Okay, you are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we have one more, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, people would call Detective CALLISIE of the Detroit Police Department.
surveillance videos from locations.
Oops.
And
years, I'm a detective at the Detroit Police Department.
What's his name?
You say your name for the record, sir?
Antonio Carlisi.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective at the Detroit Police Department, homicide unit.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department in total?
Total of 29 years.
And how long in the homicide unit primarily?
11 years.
And what is your current role in the homicide unit?
At this time, I am one of two that extract surveillance videos from locations.
Okay. And does that sometimes include like doorbell cameras, Ring, or Xfinity, or something like that?
Correct, it does.
Okay. And did you do that? I want to take you back to January 20th, 2024. Did you receive a request or dispatch to go to a location?
Not on that date, but yes, I did receive a request back in February 20th of 24 to make 4803 Bedford to recover some video.
Okay, and you said 4803?
Correct.
And did you write a report about this?
Correct.
Is there an error or a typo in your report regarding the address?
Yes, I have 3803.
And in preparation for your testimony, did you realize that that was a typo?
Correct.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location on Bedford?
At that time, to recover video from a surveillance unit that's showing a girl walking down the street.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area that address is in, or what the corner and cross streets are?
Yes.
And what are the corner and cross streets right next to that address?
That is Bedford and Cornwall.
Okay. And then is the street 3 Mile Drive nearby this location?
That's 1 block east of Bedford.
And did you have a chance to observe the videos or some of the videos that you recovered earlier today?
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the videos that you extracted from this system?
Yeah, that was a Ring system. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 49, 50, and 51.
Any objection?
No.
It will be admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And playing exhibit. Playing exhibit 49 from the beginning. And stopping the video at 9 seconds in. I'm not going to ask you to narrate what we're seeing in the video. I just want to lay some groundwork as to what we're looking at. Did you see that bus go by on the right side of the screen?
Correct.
And where is that bus approximately stopping right now on the screen?
That's stopping right approximately at 3 Mile Drive.
And Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Okay. And we're looking at Bedford from this view.
Yeah, we're looking eastbound from the house of 4803 towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds. And moving to exhibit 50 and playing from the beginning.
Okay.
And moving now to exhibit 51.
There she is.
And stopping at 6 seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom thing in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
I actually dropped a pin on Google Maps myself. So this is the screenshot that I've got, and then this is the pin drop I did of the same place. Oh. Hmm.
Detective, when you went to extract this, is there something you do or a process that you follow to calibrate the time system on the system you're extracting the video from?
Correct. We do a time calibration to the world clock.
Okay, and what is the world clock?
So basically, the world clock is the anatomical clock that we go by from the Navy clock. So looking at the anatomical clock or the world clock to the video system, we calibrate how if it's zero, which this one was, or if it was short or fast.
Okay. So you would be able to tell if the time system that is on the video is 10 seconds fast, 2 hours fast, or slow?
Slow, correct.
And what was the result again for this video?
Again, this was zero to the world clock, so it was on time.
Okay. And
what date was this on? Is this the 9th?
And may I approach the witness, Judge?
Yeah.
Detective, can you read, it might be easier on the laptop, what the time is in the bottom right corner on the screen right now?
Once it's still covered up. So that time is, I don't have my glasses, it is January 9th, 2024. I believe it's 14:54 and some seconds.
At 14:54 would be around
2:54 p.m. on the 9th of January.
And all of these videos have that timestamp?
Correct.
And playing the video now from 33 seconds.
Oh, look, someone put some cherries for me.
So in that video, are you familiar with that area depicted in the
Correct.
video? Okay. So you said that was a view from the camera on a house viewing Bedford going east. Is that correct?
Bedford runs north and south. Cornwall runs east and west. So it's shooting eastbound down Cornwall, basically.
Okay. Your view is,
The
looking towards the east.
Correct.
Okay. And so in Bedford, you said it's a north-south street.
Correct.
And so the person walking down Bedford would be going towards the north.
Yes, ma'am. Towards East Warren.
Or is it Warren or is it Harper?
That's Warren.
Warren. Okay.
Well, Warren, then Harper. That's all going in that direction.
Okay.
I think I had a map of that too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, we might be done. I think we are.
I think that might be.
Okay. And tomorrow, how many witnesses do you anticipate having?
That's the million. Six.
Okay. Yeah. Do you all want to start at 9 o'clock instead of 10, or keep it at 10?
All right. Should we continue to the next one? I reckon we should. May as well. Un momento, I find it for you.
Name's Wyatt Barnes.
And how are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol.
And how long have you been
Border
employed by the
Patrol.
U.S. Border Patrol?
14 years and change.
And were you working back on March 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working
Yeah.
in a search and rescue capacity. That's the
Stop
primary
skipping
job.
ahead.
My primary job.
Okay. And were you working alone or with a partner or a group of people?
With the team. There
Oh,
was
now I missed his name.
a sizable team that day.
And what is it that you guys were doing?
Name's Wyatt Barnes.
And how
Wyatt.
are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol.
Wyatt.
And how long?
We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in the 7 Mile Berg area.
Okay. And when you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just nothing solid, but there were just some like child-sized clothing things, just anything that could have been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water and on the riverbank.
It's in my private
Okay. So you're
place.
kind of looking for maybe some child-sized clothing.
Yes,
Okay. And did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit the description?
yes.
Okay. Where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure.
That's right. I was going to show you these maps. Well, this chick that's covering this in Detroit, she dropped a pin and was going around the area just to get a bit of a geographical visual on the type of area that it is. And now this apparently is the motel that they were seen going into, and she didn't come out. And the actual area that so that's Harper that we're just referring to, I think. It's on the no, it's not. But there is a lot of abandoned houses. Look at it's very, very rural. Look at that. She could be anywhere. And they didn't search any of this. That's what we're like. That's Detroit where she is. Okay, this is Harper. Corner. There is a picture of the workshop in here. There it is. So it's sort of like not really close to anything in the middle of every, like not a lot of people would see you at nighttime due to just what's around, which is Sweet FA. That's it from the side view. So there's nothing to the left, nothing opposite. And that's the workshop that he was taking these kids to clean. So, yeah, that's the part of Detroit. Look, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Okay, so this is showing me, so, all right, that's Harper, just to get an idea. That's Connor. Now they were on the corner of Right, I've lost my bearings. Oh, this is showing. So that was Harper and Evans. So where's Evans? Oh, there. Okay. So that's the location of the mechanics workshop. I do have a map of where, I have to look for it though. I have a map of where everything else is to orientate me.
I would say probably keep it at 7 o'clock just because
Oh, we were at the go.
subpoena's at
Okay. All right. There are a few cases on the.
She
docket,
apparently walked in.
domestic violence cases
There's
that are
apparently
being
footage of
pulled
her going in,
but
but
the
nothing has been
complete
seen of her
actual
coming
blocked
out.
for this case. So we'll figure it out. Anything else for the record?
Not for the people.
I haven't seen the footage myself. Oh, has it gone right to the end?
I know you want to do this.
Right one? No. Lordy B. What have I done? Hang on. Gotta go back to day 2.
We gonna jump into this link that somebody sent me. 32 days to go, countdown to March 7th. Justice.
Stop. That one. Lord. No.
Sizable team that day.
And what is it that you guys were doing?
We were responding to a missing person
Okay.
in that area.
And which area are we talking about? Where were you at?
7 Mile and Bird.
Okay. And what was your role in searching the 7 Mile and Berg area?
I was searching the riverbank of the River Rouge.
Rouge.
We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in the 7 Mile Berg area.
Okay. And when you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just nothing solid, but there were just some like child-sized clothing things, just anything that could have been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water and on the riverbanks.
Okay. So you were kind of looking for maybe some child-sized clothing.
Yes.
Okay. And did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit a description?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot, about, I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet off the river.
Okay. And when you find articles of clothing, what is it that you do in your role?
So there's a lot of stuff that might be washed up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to age it and make sure that it is something that could possibly be related. And then I'm going to just immediately report the picture to the incident command so that they can send people to properly inspect it.
Okay. And when you say age, what do you mean by aging?
Just to make sure that it hasn't obviously been in the brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay. And in this search in particular, what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
And
oh, I didn't read that properly,
so
Tracy.
when you
Yes.
find items, you said that you age them and then you
Sorry.
report them to incident command.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you report them? Do you go like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
Via radio.
Love that.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander. And
Okay.
then they would divvy those out to the detectives.
Okay. And what
You could always object.
is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie.
Okay.
It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident command.
Okay, and when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink.
Okay.
Honestly, the size, I don't, small.
And what about the shoes? Or shoes, the shoe that you
It was
found,
a
right?
small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
And-
it was,
Sorry.
it was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
Okay, and were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you, I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay, and did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes,
Okay, and did you include coordinates in that report?
yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
Okay, yes, could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
Their decimal degrees, 42.426693.
Okay.
Negative 83.268497.
Okay. So the coordinates that are in your report are where incident command was kind of set up.
That's the incident command, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. And I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay, and when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay.
So
Sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to photo 69. Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit? or
Yes.
onesie? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And 67. Is this
Yep.
also a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes.
Okay, and you were the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that.
I did. Yes. Yeah.
All right. And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
And nothing further, Judge. Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Oh, the coordinates that you gave, were those latitude, longitude?
Yes. Yep.
Nothing further, Judge. Okay.
Well, like decimal degrees. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point, not quite half a mile of river at that point. So, not a
And-
huge area.
And you said you were part of a team?
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen,
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half-mile location, another half-mile location, or coordinates, I guess?
Yes, even smaller than that. smaller sections in that, yeah, just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes,
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or
for the most part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah, so in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits, using technology, looking for anything that resembles a body, and then sticks to kind of push stuff loose. And then they're searching the log jams in the river. Then you have guys on the edge of the river, because the water level was high, so we wanted to cover the river banks as well, which the water level was high and had become lower. Then you have teams on the banks, and then teams kind of doing an S pattern along the river edge to make sure they cover as much ground as possible.
Thank you. And so you said that on this particular day, the water level was high?
No, the water level was high the week prior or so. So we wanted to make sure that we covered the river banks where the water was. The water was back to its normal level.
Was there a way to tell where the water level had been previously? Is there a way to mark that?
Sometimes it's just where debris gets caught up in the brush. It was maybe a foot higher, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was you personally that saw the pink onesie first, or the pink thing that you initially saw?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of it, how it looked when you initially found it?
I didn't. No.
Would you normally do something like that?
There's just so much stuff. I wasn't taking all day if I'd taken a picture of everything I found. So
You stopped and kind of moved it, manipulated it.
I pulled it up to inspect it,
No,
noted
thanks.
that it was worthy of reporting, set it back down, radioed it in.
Okay. And how far did you set it down from the location where you initially located
Same
it?
spot,
Exact same spot?
same brush.
Okay. And you said that part of what you do is kind of to note approximately how long it looks like it's been out there.
Yeah.
And in
ma'am.
this particular case, what was
Oh.
it that you kind of found or thought when you noticed it?
There was no discoloration from the sun. Typically if something sits outside for a while, the sun's going to change the color that it sees, and then underneath it's going to be a different color. There was no discoloration in the article of clothing. So, and that can happen in weeks. It's pretty quick. Depending on how much sun there is. There was no evidence of animals getting in it. There was no significant dirt. It looked very fresh.
Okay. Did you find or see any other clothing other than the shoe in that area?
Very old clothing, years old.
Like what, for example?
Maybe just old coats, but it was nothing pertinent. Things that were
Many
under
old
layers
coats?
of lots. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of debris.
In that
Under-
general area, in that half-mile area that you were scanning?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
One second.
Did anyone take note of the date this was found? Was it the 10th or? I must have missed it.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly, Josh. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Given that you photographed these and alerted these, did these the pink onesie and the shoe, those matched your aging description that you were following?
There was no age necessarily, if that's what you mean. Like they hadn't been out there for a long period of time.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Now you're done.
Thank you.
There's Butthead.
At this time, Judge, people call Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke.
Melanie O'Rourke. Come on down. It was Sergeant, wasn't it? Oh, we've seen her already. What on earth?
Good morning. You want to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Walk this way, just make sure you watch your step and into the witness box. And also, you can pull that microphone off the ledge if it's easier for you, or just lean into it.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke,
What do you do for a living, Sergeant?
a sergeant with the police department,
Which police department?
Detroit Police Department.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
Approximately 11 years.
And are you currently assigned to a specific precinct or unit within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I work at major crimes.
Okay, and what sort of crimes do you investigate at major crimes?
Generally, homicides.
And how long have you had that role, or have you been in major crimes?
I believe since 2016.
Yeah,
And how long the activity lasts
The hell?
Or lacks like
coincides with line number 3 and then 4.
And once you get situated, that microphone.
So this is a double up.
I move to admit.
My apologies. It's not labelled particularly well. We'll go to the next one. No, that's exactly the same, I think. Nope.
All Detective Sarah
But,
Markel.
it's a really, really small channel that's in Detroit that's actually streaming it. So yeah, it's bits and pieces everywhere. So I think this is the next day. Soon find out.
For the judge.
Thank you.
What's that? Hang on, we didn't see her. What's this one?
It wasn't here yesterday. It's here today.
So, just.
Is that who just called me? He just called me.
January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago today.
Yes.
I do. No.
Nothing for the judge.
We'll go with that
For
one.
the judge.
Thank you.
And that's where it starts. It doesn't, there's nothing before
Judge,
it.
at this time, people would call Detective Sarah Markel.
Sarah Markel.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
You want your stuff?
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, Sarah Markel.
And how are you employed today?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department.
And I want to take your attention back to January of 2024. At that time, were you assigned to a specific division within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, back then I was assigned to major crimes homicide
And what was your role in major crimes homicide at that time?
to do phone extractions.
And is that something you did on a regular basis?
It was.
And would you extract upwards of 1,000 phones a year?
Yes, I was averaging around 2,000 phones per year.
Something that you were trained to do at that time and are trained to do?
Yes.
Okay. Were you provided with multiple devices in this case relating to the investigation into the death of Naziah Harris?
I was.
And who provided you those devices, or which unit provided you those devices primarily?
Homicide.
Okay. Specifically, cold case or missing persons?
The missing persons squad within homicide, yes.
Okay. And just very briefly, can you talk about what a phone extraction or forensic extraction is from a cell phone?
Yes, so to put it in just very simple terms, it is making a copy of everything that's within a device. It's using special software in order to do that, to make sure that the information or that copy is done in a secure manner. But it is just making a copy, connecting the phone to the software program on a computer and making a copy of anything that is inside the phone.
And does that include things like messages,
See what I can
user
find out.
accounts, photos, videos, things like that?
Correct.
And contacts that
Yes.
the person had? Okay.
Yes.
And is there a way that you go about that process that allows
7th of March.
yourself or the OIC or a prosecutor or defense attorney to be able to view and understand what the data that was on the phone?
Yes, so when the extraction is done, the report is put into what's called the Celebrate Reader program. The reader program is provided to the officer in charge of the case, and a copy is put on evidence. That program that contains all of the information from the extraction is the reviewable format or copy that anybody can look at who has the actual report.
And so after it's put into that readable format, anyone would be able to go in and click around and see different dates and times and things like that of when things were sent or received.
Yes.
Okay. And does that also include something called a preliminary device report?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just the basic information about the device that was extracted. So you'll get the identifying information on that device, the phone number, the IMEI, those types of basic identifying information.
And in this case, you did multiple phones, but in particular, did you do a phone with the last 4 digits for the phone number 2510, if you remember?
It sounds familiar. I could verify the actual exact number if I could see my supplement.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
You can take a look at that, detective, and look back up at me when your numbers refreshed.
Yeah, 2510 are the last 4.
And was there a name associated with that account?
Yes.
And what was that name?
Well, with the phone, yes.
With the phone, yes, sorry.
Yes, that was a consent from Tijuana Butts,
And you said consent, what do you mean by that?
that the owner of the device consented to a forensic search of the phone.
And you need consent or a search or a valid signed search warrant to do your job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you performed an extraction and placed an extraction on evidence for that phone number and that account or that device?
I did.
At this time, Judge, I would move to admit the full extraction as Exhibit 57, People's Proposed 57.
I didn't hear you.
No objection.
Okay. It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 57.
And may I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as people's proposed 58. Just for identification purposes, Detective, is that the preliminary device report associated with the device for Tijuana Butts?
Yes, the
First 2 pages.
first 2 pages are.
And that includes the number on there ending in 2510?
It does,
And that includes your name on there as well?
correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
And Detective, another device that you extracted in this case, was that for a phone number ending, or for the full number of 313-585, sorry, 313-585-8719?
Yes.
And what was the name associated with that phone?
That was done through a search warrant.
And was there a person, a name associated with that phone, if you remember?
No, so if it's a search warrant phone, there isn't a name that I would attach to it.
But that was the number on the cell phone number was ending in 8719?
Correct.
And did you do that same process and perform and place an extraction on evidence for that phone as well?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would move to admit proposed exhibit 43, which would be the extraction for the phone number ending in 8719.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted as People's 43.
And may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Approaching with what's been marked as people's proposed 45. Do you recognize what I just handed you, Detective?
Yes.
And is that the preliminary device report for the phone number ending in 8719?
It is.
Move to admit people's proposed 45.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's 45.
And very quickly, Detective, I want to direct your attention. Well, let me ask you this. Are there user accounts included in the preliminary device report?
Yes, this isn't the user account section, but within the device information, there is an Apple ID account associated with it.
Okay, and if you could flip, I think it's on the 5th page of that 10-page document.
I'm sorry, you said page 5?
Do you see user accounts later in that document on subsequent pages?
I'm going to pop
Yes,
a link in
on
chat.
page 7.
7, sorry, thank you. And I want to direct you.
Because it won't let me open it, given my bloody location. And I think it might be the Michigan Clerk of Courts where we can search Mr. Butts's details. Because I'm sure they said it was the 7th of March that this trial was going to start, but I can't seem to find it anywhere. So, ooh. I think I've got one somewhere. I have to find it though. You know, it's one of those things that's on my to-do list, and yeah, keeps getting pushed down.
Your attention to the user account section for go to line 20.
Yes.
And is there a user account listed on line 20 for an email?
There is.
And what kind of email is that?
It's a Gmail.
And is there the actual email address listed
I have
in
the
that
case
section as
number
well?
too.
Yes.
And what's the email address for the Google or Gmail account?
JarvisButts82@gmail.com.
And going to line just a couple down on 24, is there an account listed on line 24 of the user account section?
Yes.
And what is that for?
This is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID
Few of them,
or
actually.
username associated with that Instagram account?
There is.
And can you read that?
J Bo back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
Okay. And then is each Instagram
Wow.
account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes.
And is that number, that unique identifying number, listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
Yes, in the second column, there, it says user ID.
And just read those numbers for the record.
262854051.
And it, just in general, in preliminary device reports, are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well? Maybe not in all of them, but does that happen in some preliminary device reports? Okay.
Well, not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone or communicated?
Yes, that would just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device information.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
And just a couple questions based on your experience performing phone extractions. Is it possible to recover things that have been deleted from the phone?
It is.
Okay. And is that a guarantee that you're always going to get all of the deleted content from a phone?
No.
Can you just talk about that very briefly?
So there's any number of variables that could impact the ability to get deleted information. So it could be make, model of the phone, the software version of the phone, whether or not that phone is supported on the equipment used, a number of different things, if we have the passcode or not. I mean, the possibilities are long.
And does someone going into their phone and actually deleting like a text message or photo affect whether it's going to be recovered?
Yes, it can.
Where, after someone deletes like a text message, for example, where would that go into the phone where it may or may not still be able to be recovered?
So it depends again on what the make and model of the phone is and what the version is. Because the phones change all the time with different updates, it could be in different places. Usually it would go into like an unallocated space or into the trash can where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see, but would still be available possibly through an extraction.
And that's not, is that a guarantee that if they're there, they'll be recovered, or is that trash can or unallocated space overwritten as time goes on?
It can't, well, so there are no guarantees. It can be overwritten. It may not be an area that, it may not be a device that's supported to attempt to recover deleted. So it could be any, there are never any guarantees with it. There's a lot of variables that would play into the abilities.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ross.
Good morning, Detective Markel.
Good morning.
Now, you say that at the time you were assigned to phone extraction?
Correct.
Have you been reassigned since then?
Yes.
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
The 3rd precinct,
Any particular division?
the investigative unit, the precinct detective unit.
Okay. So on this particular case, your job was strictly phone extraction?
Correct.
You did no investigation on this case, correct?
Correct.
And I think you testified on direct that you received several phones. Do you know how many phones you received in this case?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Did anyone in particular order you to do the extraction on the phone?
Well, that was at that time my only position at homicide. So to order me or to just do
In
what
this
my-
particular case, did the OIC say here, these phones are a particular possible evidence in this case? So was there an order to extract the evidence in this phone, in these cases?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by order. Like, did somebody order, like verbally tell me to do something, or are you talking?
So
about
you
the
weren't
search warrant
directed
order?
to search these phones? You were just your overall duties, you just searched the phones?
Well, I do the extraction, the data extraction on the phone.
Okay. Were you told a particular suspect to look out for on this case?
No, I don't have information on the case. I do the extractions and then return the reports to the officer in charge or the or that team that is working on the case.
Okay. So you extracted all the information from the phone, and I think you've already testified. You used Cellbrite to download the information?
Yes, Cellbrite was Cellbrite was the main tool that was used.
And I think you already testified that there are times that you don't get all the information.
Correct.
It may not be a complete download.
Correct.
You may get pieces, but other parts we just don't have. Correct?
Yes, that is always a possibility.
Okay. You turned over all the reports, correct? And I think you testified that for the phone number ending in 8719.
Yes.
You downloaded the information from that. Did you get a passcode for that?
If I could see the supplement that I did for that, I could let you know.
May I approach you on it?
Yeah.
Is this your supplemental report? Detective.
Yes. And the 8719, there was a passcode provided.
So you did not have to, for lack of the proper term, break into the phone.
Correct.
The passcode was provided.
Yes.
Where'd you get the passcode from?
From the officer in charge when the phone was dropped off.
I think you testified that you found a couple of emails, correct? And that phone.
Yeah.
Email accounts.
In that device, in the preliminary device information, it gives that basic information about the accounts or Apple ID.
It doesn't give you information on who was using the phone. I mean, using those email addresses, correct?
Correct.
So there's no way of knowing who used those accounts, correct?
Correct.
And of course, there's no way to know who was using the phone when the data was created in the phone, correct?
Correct.
I can't find the bloody court date.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Before you call your next witness, I want to check on a couple of cases.
11/4. So that's the 4th of November, isn't it?
Can you explain after custody? And then what about Caitlin Cameron? It's 10:53. Who's drying? Cross.
Yeah.
If it's no complainant, then I can still go forward and have the waivers right now, attorney present, if they, okay.
This guy looks like, this is the picture. When he sits down, the side profile looks like where the microphone is a clown. Oh, you found it on March 7th. Mine says 11/4. We show ya. This is the info that I can find on it. So that tells me, from you, the way you write your dates, that's 4th of November, isn't it? But I can't get into that link. Oh, hang on. No, you go further down. Yeah, filed 4th of the 4th, 24. Yeah, I think this might be November. That's all I can find.
OMAR. REES, RAOES.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Watch your steps coming into the witness box.
Think you might be Jewish?
Thank you.
Now what's my profile?
My name is Omar Reyes.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6 years.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause.
Sorry. Medical examiner. They've got no body. I just can't go past the nose. I need to get his name again. I missed it. I was too busy giggling. All right, pen, Jody, pen. Oh.
And nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Watch your steps coming into the witness box.
Thank you, Judge. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Omar Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6 years.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the US, where I did my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology.
How many
at
times have
Medical
you
College,
started this?
Wisconsin, and passed the board examination in anatomic,
Thanks, sweetheart.
clinical, and forensic pathology.
And is that two separate board certifications?
Yes.
And can you just separate those out?
Yes, so I passed the board examination for anatomic and clinical pathology and the board examination for forensic pathology. So I'm certified in both.
And then is that while you were working at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, before.
Okay, and then you started working there?
Yes.
And for the last 6 years, has it been your primary role or one of your main roles is to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And are you
It's
currently
conference.
practice or licensed to practice medicine in the state of
Conference
Michigan?
scheduling
And
on
have
the
you
7th.
testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Reyes as an expert in forensic, anatomical, and clinical pathology.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. I don't
It's going
see
in the
relevance
Bible.
Of Dr. Ray's testimony in this matter. We haven't heard anything that he's performed an autopsy. No, it's a matter of his expertise.
Judge, I believe that as an offer of proof, Dr. Reyes is going to testify to a review of Messiah's medical records that he was provided and his opinion as to those records. I can ask him if record review is something that he does as part of his job on a regular basis.
If you could.
Yeah. Doctor, in terms of performing autopsies and coming to your conclusions as to cause and manner, do you regularly review medical records associated with the decedent?
Yes, I do.
And is that something that can inform your opinion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And do you rely on those records in various cases?
Yes.
And were you asked to review medical records in this case?
Yes.
You did not perform an autopsy in this case, though,
No.
right? I would renew my qualification for Dr. Reyes, Judge.
I would be curious to know what was the date on the medical records that he reviewed for any relevance of the medical records to this matter.
Well, I think it's relevant because we provided offer proof as to why the witness is on the stand regarding medical records.
I guess I can object when we get to that.
Right, we
Understood.
object or on cross. So yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, at this time too, and I should have done this before I called him, I would move to admit people's proposed 18, which are the medical records from July 2014 to October of 2023 for Neziah Harris.
And at this time, I'm going to object to the admission of these records as irrelevant. They're through October 2023. The date of disappearance of Neziah Harris was January 2024. That's a 4-month period.
Yes,
I don't see how it's irrelevant to what might have happened in those 4 months. It's certainly not relevant to what may have happened on January the 9th.
And Judge, I think the defense's objection as to relevancy goes to the weight that this court can give those or not give those records, not the admissibility of those records, because while it doesn't encompass straight up to the January 9th, it does encompass a several-year period for her where, as again, an offer of proof, the doctor is going to say there was nothing life-threatening that he saw in these records.
I would agree. Overruled. I would admit that's People's Exhibit 18.
18, Judge, thank you. And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Approaching is what's now been admitted as People's 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes.
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as People's Proposed 42. Do you recognize that document that I handed you, a Proposed 42, Doctor?
Yes.
And is that your report that you wrote after you reviewed the records in Exhibit 18?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number on that document?
Exhibit 42.
It says 42. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit People's Proposed 42.
And I'm objecting to this, Your Honor, specifically to the last paragraph in this letter. It assumes facts, not an evidence, where it says the cause of death remains unknown. There's not evidence of a death at this point. In terms of MRE 703, I don't believe that they'd be admissible pursuant to any expert testimony, because expert testimony has to rely on facts in our data and evidence, and don't have that. It's not, as far as I understand, Dr. Reyes' job to declare death, and we don't have a declaration of death. We've seen no government, no paperwork from any government agency making that declaration.
And Judge, I don't think that's required for the doctor to opine as to his opinions as to the medical records that he reviewed in this case. His qualifications allow him to do that. Those medical records are what he's talking about. Those medical records are admitted into evidence at this point, and the underlying data that he...
I did hear back from him, and I said that I would tag him in it if I decide to do one. I'm swamped with these two trials to get through before the podcast on the weekend, and set up another stream and finish off all day tomorrow, which I'm spending with Tan for Tuesdays. Tandem True Crimes. So I've got 4 things on at the go at the moment, and I don't think I can squeeze it in just yet. But he does know about it, and I will reach out to him again because I would really like to do a I don't know if you call it a discussion, debate. I don't know. Just have a we could have an open panel actually, even and have a few people up and just, yeah, everyone can voice their opinions and mash it all up, I reckon. Sound like fun?
Relied on is there, so that
I'll squeeze it somewhere.
MRE 703 related to expert witnesses and opinions.
And of course, it's a little difficult because I don't see Exhibit 42 what the contents are. You're just speaking to the last paragraph.
The last paragraph, which is
I like doing
the
stuff
fact
like that.
I don't believe has been placed in evidence and is beyond the ken of Dr. Reyes' expertise in this matter.
It mentions the cause of death.
Correct.
It says that the cause of death remains unknown, which, Judge, obviously, Ms. Quick is getting to one of the main issues in this case and one of the big questions in this case that I anticipate is going to be a defense argument. And we will have that argument at some point, but for the purposes of this testimony, the data that Dr. Reyes relied on is in evidence. And certainly this court can take that document in the proposed exhibit for what it says and give it the appropriate weight.
I will give it the appropriate weight. We all know that that's one of the big issues here in this case. So I will admit it with your objection noted. That'll be Exhibit 42.
Thank you, Judge. And Doctor, were you requested to do this?
No, what I'd do is I'd,
review by a certain agency?
I'd invite anyone who wants to come up. So, you know, we could have half a dozen people on stage sharing their opinions. So, not in chat, it's got to be on the screen.
Yes.
And who requested that?
Wayne County Prosecutor Office.
Okay, and after you reviewed those records, you wrote that report. Can you read the last paragraph of that report?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The last paragraph states, as we do not have Nazia's body available for examination, the cause of death remains unknown. Her medical history reveals no life-threatening conditions, and her vaccinations were up to date.
And based on the records that you reviewed in that time period, did you see anything in there that would have caused Nazia to die naturally?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I just have one. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. You stated the medical records are from January 14th, 2023.
January 2014 to October of 23.
It's July 2014.
July 2013, sorry. It is contained in that exhibit.
Okay, can you just publish it?
Permission to publish.
Thank you.
Very good, Michelle.
Really? Who else can we invite to the open panel?
Thank you.
Oh. And who might they be? Is it writing?
Good morning, Dr. Reyes.
Good morning.
Mary?
So just to be clear, you are not Nazia Harris's treating physician.
No.
So you don't have any knowledge, no personal knowledge of Nazia Harris?
No.
Or any medical issues that she may or may not have had?
No.
Your role in this case was only to review medical records that were supplied to you?
Correct.
Your actual job is to perform autopsies, correct?
Correct.
Also, and an autopsy is examining a person who is deceased, right?
Yes.
And determining a manner or cause of death.
Yes.
You can also interpret toxicology.
Correct.
And lab results.
Yes.
That kind of thing. Is it your job to declare somebody as deceased? Typically?
Typically, I am the pronouncing doctor when we respond to a death on a scene.
Okay, so if you were to go and view something yourself
Yes.
and have personal knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the incident?
Correct.
Okay. So if you don't have a body, you can't really opine as to whether a person is in fact deceased. Fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified that you wrote a letter to the prosecutor in this case.
Yes.
And in that letter, well, what did you review in preparation of writing that letter?
I view medical records that were provided by the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
And those are just the medical records that that you have been referring to?
Yes.
And is that all that you have reviewed?
Yes.
Do you have any other personal knowledge of the circumstances of this case?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Any regret?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow, we're skimming through these.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, people will call RION Green.
At this time, I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, before we do that, Judge. You just have those. Judge, if I may just very briefly move for the admission of people's proposed exhibits 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56, which are MSP records 1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 10 under MCL 76611B.
And for purposes of exam, we have no objection.
It will be admitted.
Thank you. And at this time,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I just want to repeat. 41, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56.
Correct. And then at this time, we would call RION Green. She has her supervisor. She's not on the witness list. She said she's in the
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Watch your steps. Also, you can pull that whole microphone off the ledge when you testify so we can hear you better.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is RION, is my first name, Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Green?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any, first, what is your primary role in what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, it's been almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15 years now.
You've been in the lab for the last 4 years, or almost 4 years?
Correct.
Okay. And while your time in the lab, has that been spent on body fluid identification?
Correct.
And do you have any training or education that allows you to do that role in body fluid identification?
Yes, so my education, I have a bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University. And my training, I went through a body fluid identification scientist training, which included practice samples, mock samples, casework observations, lots of literature to read.
And how long, in terms of hours, was that training? or how many training hours do you have in total for this body fluid identification job, if you know?
I'm not sure of the hours, but the training was from June of 21 to September of 22.
Okay, so quite a long training.
Yes,
And did you successfully complete that training?
yes.
And do you go through a recertification or retraining every year on an annual basis?
Not necessarily retraining, but we do have proficiency tests that we do. We have 2 a year that we do, and they are yearly and they are mandatory.
And have you successfully completed all of those proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working in the body fluid identification field?
Yes.
And how many different cases have you worked on to identify different body fluids that were submitted from law enforcement agencies in the almost 40 years you've worked there?
I don't have an exact number, but at least 100.
Okay.
I can say that.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify, or have you testified as an expert previously?
Yes.
And both in Wayne County and outside Wayne County?
Just Wayne County.
Just Wayne County?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify Ms. Green as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
Any objection?
I would just ask how many times she's testified previously
Previously as a scientist, 2.
as an expert?
Yes.
How many?
2.
2, okay.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you. And first, can you describe what is meant by body fluid identification in general terms?
So body fluid identification is the examining evidence items for the possible presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And do you use different tests to identify, let's talk about blood primarily.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a test that you've used in this case to identify or determine if blood is possibly present on a piece of evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
And what is that test? And talk about it, please. Or different tests.
So we can use different tests for blood in this instance. Primarily, there's a test called phenolphthalein. I can spell it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. PHENOLPHTHALEIN. And we refer to it in the lab as pheno for short, if that's easier. But that is essentially a 2-step test that we use. It's a color change test to where if there is a possible presence of blood, it will turn a pink color. If there is not, or it's like an undetectable amount, it will not change color, basically.
Okay. And is there another test that you use specifically for blood?
We also have what we call HEMA-sticks available, which are essentially strips, little plastic strips with a pad on the end that is also a color change test, but it's simpler to use. You touch it to a cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a HEMA-trace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those 3 tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the pheno test, can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yes. So again, it's a 2-step test where you have the pheno solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the 2 components used. It's a 1-for-1, 1 drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the 1, you drop the 2, and then it'll change to the pink color or it will not. If it changes to the pink, we refer to that as a positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of
Possible
blood.
presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood.
Mhm.
You called that the HEMA-trace, I believe?
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the HEMA-trace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain up in this. For example, a particular stain, you extract it in a buffer solution that comes in the HEMA-trace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette, and there's a cartridge test. And it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test, where a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive. If not, then it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 41. And Ms. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant to this case?
Yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there in your report?
This is record 7.
And is that, what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish exhibit 41.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that from your seat?
Yes.
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hand that's on the screen?
That is the same document, yes.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Okay. And moving down to evidence reviewed, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for this submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side.
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered in our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number, though, is that also included in the evidence reviewed?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in container number 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie sweatshirt style.
And what agency number was included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical piece of evidence?
Was a pink bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from Detroit Police Department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood. Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes.
And did you also test for semen as well?
Yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what is that test called?
The test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any, what was the result of that test?
It was negative.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie.
Correct.
And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the phenol test. the way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did. Is how, for some reason, that's how our system, our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the pheno or phenolphthalein test.
And is that a blood, you described that as a blood test, correct?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive and there were areas that were phenopositive.
Okay, and can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie, from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood. And I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
Okay. But some of them did?
Some of them did.
If you know how many did and how many didn't?
I wouldn't know.
Would looking at photos of that be able to help you answer that question?
Looking at photos, yes, there was a lot.
Okay, we will come back to that.
Okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be, yes.
Let's just go down the list of the tests, if that's okay, as they're listed on here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one there?
The next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were phenopositive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the possible presence of human blood.
Okay. And pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No.
Okay. That's what the hemotrace is for.
The hemotrace will tell us, yes.
And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemosticks test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopos, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive result to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemosticks because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemosticks has a yellow pad and it changes to like a deep blue.
Goodness me.
When you apply the sample to it.
Oh, I thought it said gang bath.
As it's listed here, the hemosticks test was positive, correct?
For the ones
All
I
right.
tested.
What on earth is a gong bath? You have me intrigued.
That's a yes.
So the ones that you tested, which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct.
And you said that you tested
Really?
the weak positives from the pheno?
Yes.
And did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
All right. Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here.
I'm gonna have to Google it.
There's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it means? Or the paragraph at the top there.
Where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean? And why did you include that in the report? Or why is that included in the report?
That sums up the results from page 1 for the hemotrace, hemosticks, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood were for the pheno tested stains.
And in terms of after you conducted your test on the black hoodie or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to preserve more swabs for further testing by DNA analysis?
After I did my testing, I went back and I selected 2 stains to send forward to DNA. So I swabbed those areas with 2 sterile swabs and cut those. Once they were dry, you have to wet the swab first. Of course, swab the stain, let it dry, and then the swabs were cut and tubed and sent forward to our DNA lab.
And what was the reason you didn't use the same swabs that you had already taken and tested with the pheno and hemostates and hemotrace?
So with the Hoodie swabs that I sent forward, there was enough of the stain there to where I wasn't concerned really with total consumption of that stain. So I didn't use the tested swab. I used fresh swabs to swab that stain.
And after you send those forward for analysis by another technician, are those individual swabs that you send forward given an identifying number to keep track of them in your chain of custody system?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
So if you had a bong bath, you could just play sounds of people going.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as record number, or as admitted as 25, which is record number 8, testified to by Erica Anderson. Just looking at that report, Ms. Green, are your swabs that you sent forward listed on record number 8?
Yes, they are.
Just as it relates to item number or container number 5.
Yes.
And can you read the agent or the container number associated with the swabs you sent forward for item number 5 off of record number 8?
Okay. The container number or the item number?
Both.
Okay. The item number on here for item 5 would be MD 24-691-5 capital A lower D. Another set of swabs sent forward is MD 24-691-5 capital B lower D. And MD 24-691-5 capital C lower D.
And the first 2 ending in AD and BD are listed as black hoodie stain swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then CD is listed as a black hoodie swab?
Correct.
And what's the difference between those 2 things where you have stain swab and then just swab?
The AD and BD that are referred to as black hoodie stain swabs were swabs of the actual staining that I tested in that test, the pheno test and hemotrace. The 5 CD, which just says black hoodie swabs, are for wearer ID. That would be swabbing with 2 sterile wet swabs, the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve, cuffs. Yeah.
And those are the swab, so just swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that sweater, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the hemotrace test?
Correct.
Oh. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test.
Mm-hmm.
What was the result of the pheno test on the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further and do the hemotrace or hemosticks test?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send the tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
Okay. And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, they are.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs will be MD 24-691-6 capital A lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs will be MD 24-691 B-6, capital B, lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, sorry, the regular swab, not the stain swab for 6, for item or container 6 that you sent forward, that was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier?
For the wearer ID, it was the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area. And because it was like a sleeveless item, I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said all the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly to item 7 now. First, what was that item that you processed?
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Naziah Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and passing it, or sending it forward for further testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And may I approach that to retrieve those?
Yes.
And in terms of those 2 items, the pink bodysuit and the black hoodie, did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office? Or were they provided?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package, I lay it out to get a full picture of the item. And I take photos after I mark it up with like my testing results and, at the end.
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit People's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit,
No objection.
It'll be a minute, it's people 64.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
Yeah. And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior. If it's a clothing item, front and back of the exterior. And in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here at the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And if we could go to slide 10. And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left photo?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after phenol testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words inputted on the top right indicating that there was pheno-negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to, so when the viewers such as yourself would look at this photo and see the pH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means pheno-neg.
Okay. And Can we go to slide 20? Yep. Sorry, one back. And I wanted to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive phenol stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it would be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out. So that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here, PH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay. And so that area on the inside of if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do the same sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested or that we talked about earlier as well?
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes.
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly and accurately depict your observations as your testing move forward of the black hoodie?
Yes.
Move to admit people's proposed people's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up with the numbers.
No objection.
Maybe a minute.
And permission to publish. And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen, can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before any testing had been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles. That's why so many pictures, but.
Okay. And is this again just standard overview before any testing had been done?
Yes.
And if we go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior portion that would be in contact. Like if you pulled the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head that wore it.
Yep.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking at here, and has any testing been done at this point?
This is after testing. This is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie, and I marked those areas that had a fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie, so I could further test after done screening. And IR, which is the infrared, is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with a yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us, and I know you said the color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down, although there's not really room over there.
So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of
Closer
certain
up.
areas, yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could zoom in. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct, where there's like where the icon, the hand, oh, it moved. Right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR. So I put IR next to it so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but it's
a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible blood.
okay. And if we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than the light screenings?
Yes.
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
This is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno, was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this, if you're able to say, on that hoodie?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
Okay, for the
bicep
rec-
area. Yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Yep, right. Yeah.
I know she said shoulder, and she indicated that is the right shoulder, or she's just saying because it's in the shoulder area.
You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture is taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct. Like I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs. And it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
Next slide. We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? Then I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had, in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just, I start from number one and I just go, it's a tracking system for me, so I won't double test the stain. And because we report out the number of stains tested in our system. So that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall offhand.
And going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the HEMA-TRACE test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third through fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains, the stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the HEMA-TRACE test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw them on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive, if you remember?
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear of the sweatshirt.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Is there both of those stains 20 and 28 that you sent forward were pheno positive and hemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also hemotrace positive and pheno positive.
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger pheno positive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on the sweatshirt.
Okay. And
before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where she was pointing to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back
rear. I can
right
stand
side.
if you need.
No, I just want the record to be clear.
Okay.
From the lower back right.
Yes.
In terms of the testing that you did and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience that there'd be that much on there, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say because it varies from case to case.
Fair enough. And do you still have record number 8 up there? Or did I take it?
No, you take it back.
You indicated earlier that the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
Correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I would not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
When looking at your notes, refresh your memory?
Yes.
Then please do so, and then look back up at me when your memory's refreshed. Is your memory fresh?
Yes,
What stain swab number that you gave it is 5AD?
5AD will be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD would be 28,
Correct,
and that's the back right, lower back right side?
correct.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Who's handling this witness, Mr. Riggins or Mr. One moment off the record. Crawford. I'm gonna handle both in custody. We don't need to do this. Okay. I want to handle it quickly, just so that she can go back downstairs. I do. I need Drain and counsel on Patrice Johnson. I can get Drain. Attorney Drain. Okay. So we don't need this to see. I do. Okay. No, I just.
What's that?
And Mr. Mahana, good morning. This is the Heldon Park case. Do you have a witness? It's your witness that you were waiting for, right?
Well, the police officer,
But your, the witness you wish to call,
yes,
not here?
not here.
Okay. Let's handle Ms. Johnson. You ready? Yep. It's the people of the state of Michigan versus Patrice Denise Johnson, 2460998. Ms. Johnson is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, count 2, domestic violence, set for a preliminary examination today. Aaron, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, appearing on behalf of Patrice Johnson, who's present standing to my left.
State your name. Good morning. My name is Patrice Johnson. Good morning. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of today's date and time. He is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
Based on that, Judge, we would move for a dismissal of this matter.
The time is now 12:06. People cannot move forward. I will dismiss without prejudice. Anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're all set, Ms. Johnson.
Thanks.
Is Mr. Thomas in custody too? Clifford Thomas? He in the hallway. Okay. Can you bring in Mr. Thomas? Did you say you need to approach on that?
I might ask you to approach very, very briefly.
Okay. She's in custody, so no separate. Right? That's why she had to tell the requirement if she had post, but she didn't. Mr. Thomas, just have a seat quickly. I have to speak to the attorneys so we can call you back. Sorry for holding you up. That's okay. That's okay.
Max Wine.
Oh, I was doing that.
Oh.
But she don't like me to print by the.
Oh.
So, I got you.
You check the document. You check it out? Yeah. Yeah, afternoon. Yeah. 1:30. 1:30.
Excuse me, Aaron?
1:30. On 13.
Can I do it anytime earlier than that?
How many exams are in the morning?
Go on a big break. Wow.
Two.
And they come back. Back in.
17 years of age or older, with a habitual offender for
Oh, this might be the judge's statement, is it? Hmm.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older, with a habitual offender for offense notice with a mandatory 25-year sentence. I do not need appearances. We are continuing from a lunch break with all parties present. And are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you can call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, people would call Officer Christopher James.
Christopher James, come on down. Keep going from hot to cold, hot to cold.
That's it. I swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take a seat. Watch your steps. Going to the box. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Christopher James,
And how were you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer,
And how long have you been employed as such?
10 years.
All right. Now I want to take you back to January 30th of 2024. Were you employed as a police officer with the Detroit Police at that time?
Yes.
And were you in a different unit than you are now?
Yes.
Okay, what unit were you in?
Cybercrime unit.
And were you working back on January 30th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to perform, I guess in your role in cyber crimes, what is it that you did?
For cell phone forensics.
Okay.
Or,
Would that include like extractions from phones, extractions from tablets, computers?
yes.
Okay. And did you get the chance to perform an extraction on a tablet back on January 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And who was this you got that tablet from, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if it was from Detroit Police or Detroit Public Schools or something else?
Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And when you perform an extraction from a tablet, what is it doing? What do you do?
It's pulling the data from the phone.
Okay. And is it like making a complete copy of what's on that device?
Yes.
Okay. And when you perform that extraction, what do you do once you perform it?
Place it on the disk and turn it over to the officer in charge of the case.
Okay. And that disk that you place on evidence, would that be a fair and accurate copy of the phone extract or the tablet extraction that you performed on the tablet for this case?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just the phone or the tablet extraction. And I believe it's exhibit. It's going to be proposed exhibit 59.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be a minute. People 59.
Thank you. And when you perform an extraction, can you generate what's called extraction reports?
Yes.
Okay. And Journal, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, I'm handing you what's marked as People Proposed Exhibit 60. Can you tell me if this is a document that you recognize?
Yes.
And what is it that you recognize it as?
Extraction summary.
I'm sorry, the door opened. What did you say?
An extraction summary, a report, a summary of the extraction.
Okay. And is that the report that was generated for the tablet extraction that you did?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the extraction that you performed as it relates to this tablet device, which contains contact?
Yes.
And I move the admission of People Proposed Exhibit 60.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Officer James, can you please pull that microphone off the ledge and testify to the microphone? This is hard. You can pull the whole thing off. Thank you.
And Officer, what, first, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
So I can follow along with you. Fair to say that you are the examiner name, that would be you.
Yes.
And your organization is the Cyber Crimes Unit,
Yes.
and the investigator is listed as a Detective Gardner. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that person?
Investigator with the Detroit Public Schools.
Okay. And what type of tablet is it that you extracted?
Amazon tablet.
Okay. And in this report, going on to page 2, when you do an extraction, you're able to, I guess, select parts of a device that you want to extract. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
When you run a report, are you able to select parts that you want to run a report for?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, as it relates to contacts, on page 2, tell me what type of contact is number 1?
Instagram.
Okay. And what is the name associated with that?
J-Ball.
Okay. And what's an interaction status?
A chat participant.
Okay. And do you know what that means?
That they would be involved in a chat.
Okay. And in box number 1, where it says, or let's go to box number 2, where it says user ID. Is that the user ID that would be associated with that Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that user ID for me?
It's going to be 119-202-339-467-400.
I'm talking about for row number 1.
Row number 1.
Yes.
262-854-051.
Okay. And what's the username associated with that?
J-Bo back to the money.
Okay. And there is a contact number 2. Is that fair to say? Number 2 in the box.
You mean phone number?
No, the second account.
Number 2.
Yes, number 2. What kind of interaction status is that?
Friend.
Okay. And what's the
Friend.
okay? And what's the name associated with that?
J-Ball.
Okay. And what kind of user in box number 2 under entries? There's a user ID. What kind of user ID is that?
Facebook.
Okay. And going back up to contact number 1, where it says photos, it's fair to say there's like a kind of a hyperlink there.
I wish that cameraman would
Okay.
stop fucking moving.
And would that indicate that there is something attached to this contact?
Yes.
Okay. And it says photos. Would it be fair to say that would be a photo that was attached?
Yes.
I don't make it a dick pic, please.
I believe that's
Oh my lord, I
also
don't think
page, 3 of that report. When you click
Oh
photos,
my goodness.
this is the photo that would come up under that Instagram account.
Yes.
He sent girl that. Oh no, you isn't.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, we have no questions.
Okay, you're done testifying.
That was it. Really? I thought they were going to bring in all those messages. Oh my God. We probably did the extraction and then someone else did the analysis or assessment. So,
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Sergeant Shannon Jones.
Shannon Jones, come on down.
James, S-E-J, and that's in Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
You packing in court. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to a special unit or division?
Yes,
And what is that?
I'm assigned to homicide, missing persons unit.
And how long have you been employed in that role?
I've been at missing persons since 2013,
And before that, where were you at?
patrol.
Okay, and how long were you there?
I've been on the department for a total of 24 years.
Okay.
So throughout the prior years to missing persons, I had various assignments.
And what is your role in this case?
I'm the officer in charge.
What does it mean to be an officer in charge?
So I'm in charge of reviewing all the evidence and spearheading the investigations, looking into all the facts and possible suspects and information that's brought to the case and to compile it together.
Okay. And what would be some common duties that you would do in partaking in those roles?
When it comes to missing persons, specifically those type of cases?
Yes.
So a missing person case, when someone's reported missing, we always go out to the home, search the home, talk to family and try to get a good timeline of when that person was last seen, their common habits, where they are supposed to be, has any patterns changed, are they not going to school and not going to work? If the investigation leads us to believe that that person may be in danger or that there's something more to just not coming home, then we start pulling different video and try to look into cell phone data or friends or associates of that specific missing.
And in particular, have you investigated what would be known as a no body case before?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a no body case?
That would be a missing person that we have come to the conclusion is a victim of a homicide. However, we were unable to locate or recover the body.
Okay, and how does that kind of investigation differ, if at all, from another investigation that you would do?
It's a little tougher. You need to go through and kind of be able to show and establish that this person is no longer with us today. When you have a body, it's obvious, then you can come to the conclusion and work your case that way. So on a no-body case, you're trying to find any signs of life, any evidence to show that there might have been some possible danger or some assault that may have happened to this person.
Now, I'm sorry, when did you get the case of Neziah Harris?
So it was first requested to me on February 12th. I received the email, which just kind of asked me to look into the case. It wasn't at our building yet or at our department. I looked into the case and I saw that DPS was initially assigned the case, and I had reached out to Lieutenant Harris from DPS to kind of ask for an update on where they were, kind of see how the case was progressing and any evidence that they may have had.
Okay. So after that, how did it come about that you got this case?
So after our meeting and discussing with Lieutenant Harris and reviewing the different things, it was determined that there had been enough suspicious possible things connected to her being gone. Number one, she's never been missing before. There's been no updates on any of her social media, which is very uncommon for a young child or a juvenile. They're addicted to those. There had been a last known contact that she had possibly met somebody, is what we were informed, that there was a text message for her to be picked up, and that would have been the same day that she went missing.
So when you first officially received this case, tell me, what is it that you do right off the bat?
So this case was a little different because we kind of had to go back. We were already a month behind. She went missing January 9th, and now it's February 12th. We start kind of looking into what has already been done and then what steps I would normally take moving forward.
So what kind of steps do you take moving forward?
So once I reviewed the case, and it was determined that the last person that had contact with Naziel was Jarvis Buds, I then started to look into his phone records, his activity, places that he had been. On the 12th, we had determined there was already an analyst that had looked at different records and given us a location out in Ypsilanti. So I coordinated a search for the very next day on February 13th. We went out to Ypsilanti. We conducted the search. It's a large area. It wasn't pinpointed down to a specific house. There was a lot of wooded area over there. We had multiple teams out there. There was probably over 60 people at one point. We then started going into different businesses to look for different video that we may be able to recover close to the intersection that we believed would be a good starting point in that search area.
And did you recover, or were you able to recover anything or find anything from the Ypsilanti area?
We did find some video that was eventually pulled from a gas station.
And what was, I guess, the condition of that video?
So the video is from a gas station. It shows the intersection, I believe it's Michigan and Carpenter, which is actually, I think that is like a Springfield township. It's kind of like a little small city just outside of Ypsilanti. At that point, we didn't know exactly what we're looking for, so we just kind of pulled like the window that we knew the devices were out there, specifically Jarvis Butt's device that was out there. So we kind of just pull all of that video before we lose it. And then as we gather more information, we can kind of go back and look at the video to see if there's something now that we can focus in on what we should look for.
Okay. And now that brings up a good point. You said you're a month behind on this investigation.
Yes.
So that, fair to say, being a month behind would cause you to potentially lose critical pieces of evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And some of those pieces of evidence, fair to say, could be videos.
Correct.
Okay. Why would it be that you would be losing those videos?
So most video systems and every business is different. You got green light, you have businesses and people that have their own residential cameras or property cameras. And it'll vary. Some of them start overwriting in 48 hours. Some of them is a week. Some may last up to a month. It just depends on how large their system is and how much data it can hold.
And is that a struggle that you encountered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that you encountered that?
So there's several cameras and videos throughout the entire route of travel that later in the investigation we were able to identify. But as we identified those locations and went to see if video was still able to be there, it had already been overwritten or was not available.
Okay. Now I want to take you back. You did the search in Ypsilanti. Did you do any other searches kind of immediately at that time?
Yes.
Tell me about one of them. We're going to go through them, but start with one of them.
Okay. So after we didn't find anything in Ypsilanti, I kind of got to go backwards a little bit and go back to who we had known was the last contact with her, which was Mr. Butts. So we did a search warrant for his home. later, I believe it was like later that night, 13th into the 14th, we had kind of worked all the way through. We did a search warrant to obtain his cell phone so we could try to do an extraction. We contacted the jail to look through his property. There was no cell phone in the property. We then ordered the jail calls to see if there was any conversations, anybody that he had talked to. We knew that he had turned himself in on February 7th. As we started to listen to those jail calls, there was a call where he had asked his shop partner, Cordell Wright, to retrieve a phone out of a vehicle. We then went and picked up Mr. Wright and brought him down to our headquarters to talk to him about the cell phone. He did confirm and he acknowledged the phone call. He said that vehicle came up there, was a Tahoe, Tashi's vehicle, Tashiana, and that he had looked in the back seat and tried to find where the phone was that Mr. Butts kind of described where he had hid it in this vehicle. He said that he was unable to locate it. So at that point, we then did a workup on Tashiana to find out where she lived, what type of vehicle she had. It matched the description that he kind of described. We did a search warrant for her home in an attempt to locate the cellular device and any other possible evidence that may help us and direct us to where Naziah is.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. You started off with you went to do a search warrant at Mr. Butt's home.
Yes,
And would that be the one on Wilshire?
yes,
Okay, and did you find anything at his house?
yes.
And what is it that you found?
So from his home, we had recovered, there were some electronic devices. We recovered some phones, maybe a tablet, and we recovered his ID, wallet, and a firearm that was with his wallet. I believe there was 2 actual firearms, and then there was a long gun, a rifle that was in the closet.
And did that search warrant include a vehicle?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did it include?
It included all vehicles that we believe may be associated. At that time, we impounded a Cadillac Escalade.
Now, you said at that point you knew that Mr. Butts had turned himself in to, is it the Wayne County Jail?
Yes,
And is that was back on February 7th, 2024?
correct.
And at that time, did you know how long he was serving a sentence for?
We had got information that he was possibly going to be there till December.
Okay. And that would be completely unrelated to, that sentence is completely unrelated to your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you had pulled some jail calls and that's what led you to Cordell Wright.
Correct.
And that that jail call that you had listened to, that was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay. And that led you to Tashiana Davis.
Correct.
And then you subsequently executed a search warrant at her house.
Correct.
And is that on Neff Street?
Yes.
Okay. And she had a vehicle there that matched a description that Cordell Wright had given you.
Yes.
Okay. And would that have been a Chevy Suburban?
Yes.
Okay. And then you subsequently searched that vehicle.
Yes.
And what is it that you found in that vehicle?
I found in that vehicle a iPhone 11, and it was in the exact area that Mr. Butts had described to his shop partner Cordell, where it would be located.
Okay. And that phone, okay, so ultimately, after you do that, what's the next step that you took?
Well, we had to identify that was the actual correct phone. It was in the right place, but we still needed to get it to our headquarters and download it. We had the phone there. We made a call to 911 from that phone in order to see what the identification number was to try to verify, so we weren't just taking random phones. It did come back to Jarvis Butts' phone number that we were looking for. The phone was then placed on evidence and taken to our base.
And what's the next thing that you did after that?
So after that, the phone now is getting processed under the search warrant.
Okay.
It is given to, I was given to Detective Markel, where she processed that. We then continued, we had searched the residence on Wilshire, we had searched Neff, we also executed a search warrant at 9,000 Connor.
And what's 9,000 Connor?
9,000 Connor is the location that was identified that Jarvis Butts worked at with his shop partner.
And did you find anything or anything at 9,000 Connor?
We did take some things as evidence. There was a lot of activity going on. So I had multiple different units from within our homicide squad assisting me with different search warrants that we were executing. I believe it was the Northeast squad actually executed the Connor location search warrant. They were advised of some items to look for, obviously children's clothing. We had been given a description of a Rugrats jacket with a fur hood. We were given the clothing description. At that time, we were told that the shoes were possibly blue and white Nike shoes that we had been looking for. There was an area in the shop, as I reviewed the evidence, photos where there's like children's coloring books and maybe things that when the children are there that they're using.
Were any interviews besides the one with Cordell Wright taking place at this time?
So at that time, I had interviewed, when we went to Wilshire, we had interviewed the woman that he lives with. I don't know if that's a fiance or girlfriend, but that was Miss Angel. We interviewed her there. Tashiana was in the hospital when we had executed the search warrant at her house. I had a conversation with her on the phone while we were there. Her children were there. I scheduled an interview for her later. I believe it might have been like the next day or two later that she came down to headquarters. We had interviewed Cordell at that time. And now we're just kind of going through everything that we had at that moment to try to take the next steps.
Okay. When about is Mr. Butts interviewed for the first time?
So he was interviewed, we got it, looked at it on the 12th, 13th, we executed all the search warrants. On the 14th, Mr. Butts, I believe it was the 14th, he was brought down to headquarters, or the 15th, I would have to look.
Okay, and that's okay. So it would be just a couple days after you get the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, based on Mr. Butts' first interview, which your Detective Mays here testify about, did you do anything based off of that interview?
So based on that interview, we had obtained the text now, which was turned over to us from DPS, which was the initial, I believe it was like maybe 1 week's worth of text now. So like the very end of December into the 1st of January. So during that interview was when it was asked by Detective Mays and Detective Johnson regarding the text message about meeting to be picked up.
Now, if you know, can you estimate about how many search warrants did you execute?
Probably over 20. And throughout the entire, it has to be over 20.
Okay. And what kind of searches were done in this case in general?
So we searched as far as like land searches.
All kinds.
All kinds. Well, we searched Ypsilanti as we did our workup, and we're looking at different locations that Mr. Butts had been to. We identified an area out in Clinton Township that he had gone out to back and forth before. And that was an area that Shannon Harris, his child's mother, had lived at. So this was kind of like a route out there, and we located, there was like a big retention pond out there. So that was another place that we had dive teams come out. We had the helicopter, the cadaver dogs, and we searched out in Clinton Township. As we start breaking down the phone mapping a little bit more on Mr. Butts' phone, it kind of led us to 7 Mile and Berg.
And what's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg and then heading back east used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it had snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable. But because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so do you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs in boats in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple hundred feet in some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
All right. So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at Summerberg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording, and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you right there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay. You heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right. So continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes, and they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziah's brother. Naziah's brother then reached out to me, and he sent me a picture of Naziah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team, and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry. Once they're ready to be processed and they're finished drying, then I create a lab report. And items are selected and turned over to the state police lab for processing to look for any type of DNA evidence.
Okay, so once those are placed on evidence by the lab tech, you're the one who then submits them to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay.
There may be some of the lab reports where I had gathered the evidence and one of my partners had gone down and physically took the items to the lab, which is all in the same building.
Okay. Now, I believe you said at least one time when you were out at 7 Mile and Berg that it had been snowing. Were you at all, I guess, familiar with kind of the weather back, let's start with back in January 9th?
Yeah, so I searched it There's a weather site where you can search the dates in the cities and what the weather was like. On the 9th into the 10th, it had rained here. If you remember, we had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana bus?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Isaiah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all.
We had a very mild winter. In 2024, the January months, we had a lot of rain that month, which would have caused, the water levels to rise.
Now, is there, did you interview a Tijuana bus?
Yes.
Tell me how that came about.
Tijuana actually reached out to me. Shannon Harris had reached out to me. She had had a conversation with Tijuana. She asked if it was okay for her to give her my phone number. I told her that that was fine. She gave me a call. She said that she was the sister of Jarvis Butts and that she was concerned that she may have seen Isaiah but wasn't sure on the date and if she could come down and talk.
Okay, and that's all what she had
Now,
testified to that you had heard.
Yes.
Is that the same person that Jarvis's brother mentioned in that audio? Was it Shannon and Jarvis's sister, Tijuana? I might have to go back and listen to that.
Now, when you also heard that she had given Detroit police consent to look at her phone locations and perform a phone extraction.
Yes.
And that Detective Sarah Markel is actually the one who performed that extraction.
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself look at the phone location data that was on Tijuana's phone?
Yeah, so even before we extracted the phone, when she was in there in the interview, she had given me consent to look at her phone. She wasn't quite sure how to get to the locations. She had Google on her phone. So we went to the Google Maps, went to her timeline, and then specifically clicked on January 9th to see if it showed her route. When we got to the January 9th date, it was confirmed that that is the date that she was at 9,000 Connor. And it helped us with the timeline of when she was there compared to when we know Mr. Butts left that location to head out to Ypsilanti on the 9th.
Okay. And Banner, may I approach people's proposed exhibit 85?
Yes.
58. Sorry, yes, numbers. Can you give Margaret people's proposed exhibit 58? Can you look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is a Cellbrite extraction report that was conducted by Detective Markel for Tijuana Butts cellular device.
Okay, and that report specifically includes the location data and in the subsequent pages as it relates to Ms. Butts' skull. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and is that fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot photo locations, location data from Tijuana Butts' phone that you observed that the day when you interviewed?
Yes.
I move the admission of the exhibit 58.
No objection.
Would be admitted as People's 58.
Thank you. And I want to direct you to I guess it's going to be page 3 of the so 4 of the report. Just page 5. Where does it say that Ms. Butts was from 3:45 p.m. to 5:16 p.m.?
So it gives the location described as, on here it says Sicko, and it gives the address of 9,000 Connor Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48213.
And do you know do you know Mr. Futz's 9,000 Connor auto shop to be connected to the gas station?
Yes.
Now, to go back just a little bit, you said you were kind of going through all the phone mapping in order to kind of backtrack as to where your investigation goes and where you should search.
Yes,
And those maps were testified to by Sergeant O'Rourke.
yes,
Okay. Now, she mapped certain locations, and she stated that you had given her some of those locations to map.
correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to in People's Exhibits 33, 34. Sarah, may I approach?
Yes.
The blue dot here. What is it that indicates, and what is the importance of that?
This blue dot is gonna be 9,000 counter.
And that's the address associated with Mr. Butt's auto shop.
Yes,
And is that the same for Exhibit 34?
yes.
And Exhibit 35, there's the same blue dot and then a purple dot. Tell me, what is the significance of the purple dot?
The purple dot is gonna be the residence that Mr. Butts resides at on Wilshire.
And in Exhibit 36, on page 2, there's like another, it's like a pinkish kind of purple dot. Can you tell me what is, oh, I'm sorry, red dot. What does the red dot indicate?
The red dot is gonna identify 20,000 Harper, which was the Park Crest Motel.
And on page 4 of 4, there's a lighter purple dot along with that red dot. What does the purple dot indicate?
That dot is gonna indicate 4 East Alexandrine.
Okay, and what's the significance of 4 East Alexandria?
Mr. Butts has a different girlfriend that lives at that location.
Holy crap.
And in People's 38, there's a red dot. Which dot is that?
That would identify 7 Mile and Bird.
Okay. And is that the same 7 Mile and Bird? You tell me. What was found at 7 Mile and Bird area? Okay.
7 Mile and Bird area is where we identified the hoodie, the pink jumpsuit, and the shoes. And it's also the area that Mr. Butts' phone was mapping with. There's an additional search area that I did not include when she had asked me before. And that was where the ID was found. We had found the ID or received the 911 call for the ID before we went back the second time out for the shoes at 7 Mile and Bird. So we had also searched all the Evergreen. There's the Henry Ford High School over there. We searched behind the school, the wooded areas, and all the vacant homes in that surrounding as well.
And that would have been the ID that Ms. Smith had recovered.
Yes.
Now I want to go into, you had a chance to go through Mr. Butt's phone extraction. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do a search warrant as it relates to a Google account for it, Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what his Google Gmail was?
That was documented when I went through the cell phone.
And you got a chance to go through, you sent a search warrant to Google for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you got a chance to go through that search warrant return?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the search, or that's the Gmail account that would be associated with Mr. Butts.
Correct.
This is interesting. What did you Google, Butts?
And you're my proposed exhibit 63?
Yes.
Can you give Mark proposed exhibit 63? Can you tell me, do you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes, this contains Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com, which was his Google subscriber information.
And that's the first page. And the second page is, what would those include?
The next page is, includes searches that I located inside that Google return that we received from Google.
Okay. And does that document fairly and accurately depict what it is you received back from Google as it relates to
You should
the
have published.
or Jarvis Butts 82 at gmail.com?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit. I forgot. 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do we have it as people 63?
Okay, now I want to go back to the first page, into the, with the subscriber information. Tell me, who is the subscriber?
So it has a Google account ID number, then it gives a name that says Jarvis Butts. It has an email address, jarvisbutts82@gmail.com.
You want to send him an email?
There's also a phone number that's connected to it, which is 313-585-8719.
And is there a birthday associated with that?
Lordy V. Can you give the social security number out as well?
Yes, November 21st, 1982.
And moving on to the searches, what dates do those searches encompass?
These searches are December 9th.
Of what year?
Yep, December 9th, 10th, and 11th of 2023.
Okay, and it's fair to say that those are the entirety of all of the searches from those days.
It is not all of them, no.
Those are just select ones from the Google return.
Yes.
All right. Starting with December 9th, tell me which ones that we have in that exhibit.
So the first, do you want me to read the ones that are just highlighted, or you want me to start at the top of here? So.
The ones that are highlighted.
Okay.
You start with the ones that are highlighted.
Yep, so this search was December 9th, 2023 at 3:32 UTC time. So you would actually have to subtract 5 hours, which would make it the night of December 8th. And the site is, what's visited, it's Drink Me and Abort Your Baby, the Herbal Abortion Tea by Maya.
Okay. And what about the next one after that?
There is a site that's visited on December, it says here December 10th, 2023 at 9:32 p.m. UTC, so -5. And the site visited is plannedparenthood.org/learn/abortion/the abortion pill.
And
the next search is immediately after that, so December 10th at 9:32 p.m. UTC, the abortion pill, get the facts about medication abortion. There is a search that was conducted before that on December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. And that site is plannedparenthood.org/blog/can I use herbs to have an abortion at home.
And the next
The
one?
next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:31 p.m. UTC. Can I use herbs to have an abortion at home? Planned Parenthood.
And the next one?
The next one is December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. UTC. So again, -5 hours. And that site is, it's ANSIRH.org, research over-counter medication abortion. Search December 10th, 2023 at 9:36 p.m. Over-the-counter medication abortion, and that's from that same place before, ANSIRH. December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, abortion, the abortion pill. How do I have an abortion using only the misoprostol, misoprostol. The next search, December 10th, 2023 at 9:32. Planned Parenthood, learn abortion, the abortion pill. So it's like the same, back and forth to the same site. On December 11th at 11:43 p.m. UTC, so -5 hours. Specifically, the search is, can I drink red antifreeze? Again, that same item is searched again right after the same time, 11:43 on December 11th, 2023. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Now, in that phone extraction that you went through with Mr. Butts, that Detective Markel had admitted, were you able to go through, and I know you had mentioned there was the Text Now app and Text Now phone numbers that
Yes.
have been associated with Nizaya.
Yes,
When you went through Mr. Butt's phone extraction, did you find any of Nizaya's Text Now numbers?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall if what was on his phone? First of all, did you eventually do a search warrant for Text Now?
yes.
Okay, and did you receive messages back from Text Now?
Yeah, so the initial Text Now messages, again, DPS had done those and they had only gone back like a week. I had another search warrant submitted to Text Now and requested to go back to January 1st of 2023.
And when you found these Text Now messages on Mr. Butt's phone, did those include all of the messages that you got back from Text Now, or just only parts?
It's all the messages through Text Now that were to that number that was assigned that Nizaya was using on Text Now.
That's what you got back from Text Now.
Yes.
But I'm talking about on Mr. Butt's phone.
Oh, Mr. Butt's phone specifically was just the messages from Text Now between him and Nizaya.
Okay, and did it include everything that you received back from Text Now, or?
No.
Okay. And Shannon, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with people's motions at 46 and 47. Can you tell me, exhibit 46, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this is a extraction report for a iPhone. And it was for phone number account 313-585-8719. And this is the section in that extraction about messages.
Okay. And is that exhibit proposed exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that were on Jarvis Butt's phone between his phone number and the number 213-743-3173?
231, yes.
Yes,
231.
231, yes, sorry, numbers. 231-743-3137.
Yes,
Okay, and those are the ones that you have seen on Mr. Butt's phone.
correct.
And I move for the admission of those proposed exhibit 46.
No objection.
It'll be a minute, People's 46.
And those cover a period of October 7th, 2023 through November 23rd, 2023. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. And now I want to show you proposed exhibit 47. Do you recognize what I handed you at 47?
yes, this is another extraction from the phone, and this is under the message section.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the messages that you went through on Mr. Butt's phone to the number 313-379-5882?
Yes,
And I would move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 47.
No objection.
It'll be a minute, People's 47. Can you repeat that phone number?
313-379-5882.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those would be from the date period of September 26th, 2022 to September 30th, 2022.
yes,
And now I want to show you what's already been admitted as people's exhibits 15 and 16. And these are already admitted. These are certified copies of Text Now messages. I want to talk specifically about subscriber information within them. In People's 15, is there a subscriber as it relates?
yes.
Okay, and who is that subscriber?
Excuse me, you need to let me hear. I can't hear you with your back turned. Okay.
So is there a subscriber as it relates to that?
Yes.
Who is that?
The username on here is Kenyatta Harris 955.
And are you familiar with the Kenyatta Harris?
Yes,
And how is it that you're familiar with her?
that is Nizaya's biological mother.
And is there, on the next page, is there a phone number that is associated with that account? They might be on the subscriber information too.
Yes,
And what's that phone number?
it's 313-379-5882.
And what is the period of usage for which the subscriber Kenyatta Harris had that phone number?
The phone ownership is from September 24, 2022 through November 8, 2022.
Correct. And for the subscriber information in People's 16, can you tell me who is the subscriber there?
The subscriber here, the username is Naziah Harris 74.
And is there a phone number associated with that?
Yes,
What's that phone number?
231-743-3137.
And is there a phone ownership date period for that?
Yes,
What's that date period?
January 1st, 2024 to February 6th, 2024.
Okay. Are you familiar with the
Oh, you know.
location of 17500 East Warren Avenue in the city of Detroit?
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And showing you people's 4, 5, and 6 already committed. How is it that you're familiar with that location?
this is Frank's Auto Repair. It's located on Warren, right at Neff, 17500 East Warren. This is a location that Jarvis Butts worked at prior to working at 9000 Connor.
And that's in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes,
Now, did you yourself, I want to go into the interviews with Mr. Butts.
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Butts?
yes,
Okay. I want to start with an interview back on May 31st, 2024. Do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
yes,
Okay. Can you point to him, tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
yes. He's sitting behind the defense counsel. He's wearing a face mask and he has the Wayne County green jumpsuit on.
Okay. And Your Honor, would the record reflect that witnesses identified defendant Jarvis Butts? And we've been talking this whole time about a Jarvis Butts. Is that the same Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Okay. Now, this interview back on May 31st, 2024, where was that at?
that was at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay. And who was all there?
Myself and Sergeant Lance Sullivan.
And do you recall about what time this interview took place?
It was in the afternoon,
Okay. Or about how long did this interview last?
like 2-3 hours.
Okay. And was Mr. Butts, did you ask him about his education and speaking English, things like that?
Yes.
And did you offer him any food or drink?
I believe at one point we had asked him about if he needed some water because we had been there a minute.
Okay. And did you read Mr. Butts his constitutional rights?
I believe Sergeant Sullivan went through those with him.
Okay. And was something used to assist in the reading of those rights?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a Smart Field Code Exhibit 26. Can you tell me what it is I just handed you?
So this is a Detroit Police Department constitutional rights, advice of rights form.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the one that was executed back on May 31st, 2024 with Mr. Butts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 26.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll be a minute as people 26.
Thank you. And did Mr. Butts, did he sign or initial acknowledging his rights?
Yes, he read them and he initialed them and he signed.
Okay. And did he agree to speak with you too?
Yes.
Okay. And I would pass for voluntariness.
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan?
Yes.
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
Yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date?
Not on that date, prior to that date.
Several months before, yes.
In April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the words used were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances.
May you interview Mr. Butts?
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would
Really?
object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce their right. A
That-
defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not to, she couldn't interview?
So
One second. Were you gonna say something else?
But it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel. His counsel told them, no, do not interview. That's my.
You're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking of?
Yeah, this was 2 months prior. This was,
Wayne County Jail.
and is that fair and accurate?
Sergeant Jones, you came to interview my client on May 31st, correct?
Yes,
It was you and you said Sergeant Sullivan.
yes,
Were you aware he was represented by counsel at that time?
yes.
In fact, did one of you call his counsel and ask for permission to interview him?
On that date,
Not on that date, prior to that date,
several months before, yes.
in April 17th, in fact, right?
I don't have the exact date, but it was a couple months before that.
And the words used were under no circumstances, right?
Under no circumstances.
May you interview Mr. Butts?
Well, that's not true.
You were not told you could not interview Mr. Butts?
Judge, I would object. This is a legal argument. Only the client themselves can enforce their right. A defense attorney cannot enforce their right to remain silent.
I just asked a question. Was she told not to, she couldn't interview?
So
One second. Were you gonna say something else?
But it has nothing to do with this interview.
If we're talking about voluntariness, I want to see, was she aware that he had a right to have his counsel? They contacted his counsel. His counsel told them, no, do not interview him. That's my.
You're saying this had nothing to do with this interview that you're speaking of?
Yeah, this was 2 months prior. That was not this day. This was completely separate. And a defense attorney cannot invoke their client's right to remain silent. That's just the end of it.
It's true.
So you and your partner went to speak to Mr. Butts, correct?
Yes,
You took, where did you interview him from? At
at the Wayne County Jail.
Okay, did you interview him on this was at, forgive me, at Division 1,
Yes,
Beard? Did you interview him on his floor or did you take him somewhere else?
I don't know where his floor is, so Wayne County had prepared a room for us to be able to interview him.
Okay, so you took him to another room and you and your partner interviewed him?
Yes,
And you gave him his constitutional rights, and you did not give him food or water, correct?
correct.
You don't know what time of day this was?
Well, I just saw the form here, so I see it's about 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you aware that he was working at the jail?
There had been a conversation that he was given some small duties, but that it had been taken away from him.
Okay, do you know if he had worked that day?
That I do not recall.
Okay, and do you know if he had actually been to sleep prior to you visiting him?
When we talked to him, he didn't seem sleepy.
Do you know if he had anything to eat prior to you visiting him?
He did not complain about being hungry.
Yeah, we're going to pass voluntariness.
Okay. Thank you. Now, this interview with Mr. Butts on May 31st, 2024, was that recorded in any way?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded with a body worn camera from the Detroit Police Department that were issued, and it was also recorded on a audio recording for voice only.
Okay. So is audio and video on the body cam and then also just
Yeah, so
audio?
2 different factors.
Okay. So, it's fair that you had seen this video prior to today?
Yes,
Okay. And when you saw that video from May 31st, 2024, was that video a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that took place?
yes.
And I move for the admission of the proposed exhibit 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 27.
Thank you. And for the audio, did you have a chance to prior listen to that?
Yes.
And was that audio a fair and accurate depiction of the audio that was recorded from the interview back on May 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 28.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as People's 28.
Thank you, Judge. And you also interviewed him. Well, let's go with the 31st. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. And I made clips this time. I'm not going to play the entire video. And for the record, this is from Exhibit 26, and it's clip 1.
I didn't understand a word he just said.
And this is clip 2.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
No,
He is very quiet.
I've boosted that as well, and I can't even.
I don't know if it's
decipher
my
it.
volume that has to go up.
Let me try turning it down on the TV. I can't hear one word.
Echo on. Ah, gee, thank you. Yes, I think I need
Try now.
262 or something
This is starting it for clip 2.
to get me over the line. No.
Now, in that clip, Mr. Butts was talking about him keeping his distance given his history.
Yes.
And
Really?
he tried to help as best as he could with
Mhm.
flyers.
That he was trying to help with flyers regarding this eye being missing, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to play clip 3.
One of the accusations is I was supposed to be in the area, she should be in the area all the time. Did they say why you, why they came in, or they just always have you? I was always saying since talking about I explained to them the same thing that they did. Anytime we start speaking, they said to see testing, From time to time, I have to open my times all over. And I only one, so I started to make money. Then I'm the next day, I always push the ground massage. And that's what we're doing, that's what we're doing, the ground massage. So once the ground massage, I come over.
I cannot understand one fucking word.
And that was really nice to have everything in the hot top and sometimes you want to wear that first. So I really did, so I had to come in the office space. Came back, do stuff like that. Organize this sort of. Not paid.
Now, in that clip, he talks mostly about that there was some text messages. He would have the girls come and clean, be at the shop, and he would have work for them.
Yeah, he was talking about, he would pick up the kids, he would give them a little bit of money, and they would come clean up and tidy up the shop.
Okay. And that
The shop. Mm-hmm.
he believes it's normal for her to text him for work.
Yes.
Now, clip 4.
Do you remember that? And just that you tried to tell like it was for the money, they just weren't listening? Or I remember that. That one text because we were busy. Okay. And I never, I said it. But I tell them.
Now, he's referring to seeing a text message but being busy.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what was that about?
When I believe that when she was texting him, he's referring back to when he was interviewed with Detective Mays and Johnson about the messages that she had texted him. And that he had assumed that he was going to be picking them up by the grandma's house. Then he hadn't replied because he was busy working. And then he finally replied with, okay.
Okay. Now, you also interviewed Mr. Butts the next day. You came back the next day.
Yes.
What's the reason you came back the next day?
We had some more questions.
Okay. And was he once again, I guess, was he still constrained by that advice of rights?
We had him sign another one. He read another one that day and he signed it that day as well. I'm pretty sure, or we showed him this and he agreed to it. That's what it was. This was the paper. We showed him, he agreed to it, he understood it, and he continued to talk.
Okay. So you were using that same form?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, sorry. Sorry. Okay. And once again, he acknowledged his rights.
Yes.
And he did continue to speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't mention anything about not wanting to speak with you.
Correct.
And did he give you any reason in your experience to think that him speaking with you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And just one second. You know, I'd pass for voir dire to voluntariness for the June 1st statement.
Sergeant, do you recall on June 1st, you were with your partner Sullivan? You didn't have him sign a form.
Well, we had presented this back to him. We had this form, advised him that this was still, if he understood his rights, and he agreed.
So your words, I believe, were, you remember the form you signed yesterday. You still understand that?
Did I say that, or
No,
did Sergeant Sullivan say that?
Sergeant Sullivan said that.
Okay. You want me to say what Sergeant Sullivan said?
No, I just want, you went with your partner and you understand that nobody had him sign anything that day.
That he was re-advised of the rights from the form that he had signed the first day, and he was shown the form, and he agreed to continue to talk.
Are you sure he was re-advised or told you remember signing a form yesterday?
You would have to play to hear the exact, I can't tell you the exact words that Sergeant Sullivan said. I don't recall his exact words.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. As I recall hearing this tape, there was no reading of rights for the second date. The only thing that happened on the second date was he was advised, do you recall signing the form yesterday? Yeah, that still applies. That's not.
Do you want to play it so I can hear it?
Sure. You want to play June 1st, beginning, probably the first 5 minutes.
Sorry, hold on. This is 5:31.
Ms. Ridley, it might be best to play that to show that he, or I want to see that as well, to show on the 31st what he understood it to be.
Oh, okay, yes, Judge.
This is not like that. We gotta talk for 2 minutes to get out of here, right? I'd like to talk to you, right? And I said, if there's things that we don't.
Oops.
You don't want to talk about, just send this in, right? Let's get there and talk about this. Is that fair? Honestly, there's no, I'm not gonna flip the script. Yeah, I'm not gonna flip the script, so we all figure it out. There's just a lot of things going on. We're involved in some of it. We're just trying to get like our line grab across. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you terminate it, do it, they recommend not before you read this, we can read right. I've heard of most of those. Okay, we're at. Oh, okay, nice, try it. If you could look at it as you read those, and then initial limit, so you can understand. I would like to remain silent and we don't have to ask any questions. Just to make any statements. May I stand on the name for anything I say, would be used against me for the law. The rights to attend present for and then time I ask any questions or make any statements. I do not afford an attorney. I will be one for the prior to any question. I can decide at any time to exercise my rights and not ask any questions or make any statements. I understand that these are the rights of the law. I am not agree, promise to deny, and I am now decided for this question. Listen to the next. saying. So where do you take time on screens? Yes. Then sign it, signature and meet the time. Sign there, just simple, sign up there, just sign right there. May 31st already. There, this is, you know. What they're ready to do when they're on the bus things.
And for the record, that was from People's Exhibit 27, and it was paused at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. And let me find the other one. And this is playing from Exhibit 29 at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't share it, I'm sorry. It's playing at 1 minute and 22 seconds.
I think he was, I'm literally leaving tomorrow morning, Sunday I'm like to Boston for 2 weeks training. And I think, how did it look like we talked to you, tell me a good talk, we certainly, you know, some stuff that we went back and looked at, you know? And I think like, if I come back 3 weeks from now, you're probably like, for like, you know, I remember that conversation, I just thought if we could, because I talked to you this morning or today, and then no one had gone for 2 weeks, right? So if you want to talk to me after, if you want to, and this is going to be a deal. Does that make sense? Okay, this time, and when you go to the turn the table, right? You guys come talk to me, and 2 weeks, I mean, you guys have the third week, you know, where it is, right? So if you like that, if we kind of continue our talk, we talk more. Okay, all right, so, but yeah, same rules apply, nothing's changed. We don't want to talk about something, don't talk about something, there's no training on it, so. If you want over your range, yes, you have probably just have to sign it to the form, right, just so you're protected or protected, or if you want to just continue with this one. Okay, you're still familiar with the rules, right? Okay, nothing's changed, right? Alright. Alright, so,
Here, I paused Exhibit 29 at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Judge, I would just say that it's Mr. Butts who agrees to continue with just that form. And I would also argue that another form is not actually needed. He did have that form in front of him. And in fact, because there was not even an invocation of a right, or there was nothing that would be, you know, ambiguous or unequivocal, that there doesn't need to be another form signed. And Mr. Butts is clearly aware of his rights, as he stated. And he is the one who agreed to be okay with not signing another form and not going through with that.
And Your Honor, I would argue that just because he may know his right does not dispose the government of their duty to make sure that he is read, understands his right each and every time they interview him. So The fact that they may think he knows his right does not mean that they aren't supposed to read his right, make sure he understands them, make sure that they're accurate before he waives them. That's not a knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver.
And Judge, I would just say that Mr. Butts was not even under arrest for this case. There was no rights even needed.
Yeah, they
He was
testified.
in- He was in County Green for something else.
He was in County Green for somewhere else, but he was not in his cell. He was not on his floor. They took him to another place where he was not free to go.
Well, he wasn't free to go because of another reason, Judge, not because of anything to do with this case.
So I also learned, I heard him saying there that he went to Wayne State for college. So that
That's correct, Judge.
question of whether or not he can understand is out the window for me. The male detective did offer and said that he might as well do a different form, a new form for today. And the defendant, Mr. Butts, stated it wasn't necessary, not those exact words. And he said it's the same rules. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. And are you familiar with your rights? And asked him that, and he said yes. I don't see if there was anything that was not voluntary about that interaction. So I'm going to find, I'm going to deny your objection and find it to be voluntary.
Take that.
And Sergeant Jones, that June 1st interview was audio recorded,
Yes,
and it was also video recorded,
yes,
just like the day before.
correct.
And that video, we've just seen a clip here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video statement that you took back on June 1st?
Yes,
Vote for the People's Exhibit 29.
Any objection outside of the one already?
Outside of my standing objection?
Yes, it'll be admitted.
And it was also audio recorded.
yes,
And you had a chance to review that audio.
yes,
And that was a fair and accurate depiction of the audio recording of the interview back on June 1st.
yes, ma'am.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 30.
With the same standing objection, I would admit it.
Thank you, Judge. And now I also have clips for this.
Okay.
And Judge, do you mind if I sit while I?
No, I don't mind.
Thank you. And publishing clip 1. Sorry. Yes, from Exhibit 29.
Straightforward, I asked you if, I'm not just like, I asked you, like, did you see her? Okay, so.
And you were, Mr. Butts asked if he saw her.
Correct.
Who was he referring to?
Nasiah,
Okay, and when were we talking about? Did I see her when?
on the 9th of January, 2024.
And I'm playing clip 2.
And yeah, I think I'm going to object to that. Yeah, all we heard was, did you see her? I don't think there's enough context for her to make that statement. This is what they were talking about. If she can, if that's the question that was asked, I just actually go back a little bit further and play the exact question and answer.
I'm sure, Ms. Ripley, you have a full interview.
I do, Judge, but it's 3 hours long.
I don't need to hear the full interview, but if she's going to answer from the simple question, did you see her? The answer is no, that all this other information applies. I'd at least like to hear that. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, I would say that this entire interview is admitted. If the court wants to review that, I mean, I can go back a little further. It just might take 1 second. And this will be playing from just couple seconds back at
Your phone?
35:58.
I asked you, I mean, are you going to say it straightforward? I asked you, I'm not telling you, I asked you, did you see her? Okay. So, that's something else.
Hey, baby. I'm coming.
Judge, I would just say for context, the officer can talk about who they are talking about in general. Who are you guys talking? Who are you and Mr. Butts and Sergeant Sullivan talking about in this interview?
Nasiah Harris.
Okay. And if there's someone else that you're talking about, do you mention them by name?
Yes.
Thank you.
Beautiful boy.
And I'm going to continue with clip 2.
Don't stand on the Stop putting on the keyboard.
And playing clip 3.
He said something like he was uncovered. Okay, so then this is where the correction says, he says his son, he said, hey, this is where I was. And he had it in my back. But he didn't talk about the day. I remember this week, he talked about, well, explaining the car. And he mentioned you were there, and he mentioned I was there.
And playing clip 4.
He's now giving me the
Was anyone with you? I don't know why I say this. Was there a little girl with you or a younger lady with you? You were by yourself? Did he drive up there also? What did you do with that? Oh, okay, no, I was wondering if it was his car or so. Oh, okay.
He's a mummy's boy. Big Lala.
Alright, so at midnight, like, you drop it off and all that stuff, did you hotel or did you stay at home that night? No.
And clip 6.
Oh, Grace, what I can't even said one freaking word. Oh.
So she texted you from a phone number or from an app or from she texted directly to your phone. You're coming with the phone. He said, I didn't know the technology's not working, but it was coming in with the phone. Alright, okay. So we had a call from the city number. Yes. Okay. Is it locked in, sir? Okay.
And playing clip 7.
And that's your phone and that's her number, she's texting you from there. She's texting this.
I'm going to pause at 7 seconds. What is it that you are showing Mr. Butts at this time?
We had a printed out copy of the text now messages.
Okay. And would those be the ones from people 16 to the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm continuing from 5 seconds.
And then it's sent, that means that she sent it, and it's received, that means that he replied, something that she had out. So this is what text now at. So I said, Yes, that's good, okay.
Yeah, so,
We convert to a phone number.
okay, so
And in clip 8.
that's what I explained to them. But this actually is so weird right here that for her that saying okay, because some of this message side of the that's what I didn't understand what it meant. Like she's leaving the messages. I gotta understand what it meant. Like I thought you said and you said I said okay. Like okay, I need you I'll be able to tell so I get that there's a race I'll be able to give you a money so you know, I'm here. Next time we pay them, they pay you some.
Okay.
Well, I'll pay them.
The next day, you're
Instead of student, we
how much are you typically?
And clip 9.
But I see scholar like 2 days before she released, and she went back to you. She didn't look bigger, like she didn't show me, but she read bag her clothes. You know, anything different, like face thing, rounder. No, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, your heart has changed. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? She said something. When I was like that, she said, I don't see, which was kind of, it was like somebody needed it. It was pregnant. So I was like, I need to let her study that. And I need to see what happens.
Two minutes, Jarvis,
And clip 10.
Oh, make it stop.
So,
Go back and play that one more time.
Yes. Replaying clip 9.
but I saw her like 2 days before she released. Did she went back to you? She didn't look bigger, like she didn't show me, but she read bag her clothes. You know, anything different, like face thing, rounder. No, you just saw her. I mean, when you see somebody every day, your heart hasn't changed. When you see somebody and you don't see them for a month, you're gonna notice. You never heard about her being pregnant or anything like that? Like I said, it was she said something. When I was like that, she said, I don't see, which was pregnant. It was like somebody needed it. It was pregnant. So I heard about these two and study that. And I need to see what happens.
2 minutes, Jarvis,
Proceeding to clip 10.
So, even though it's deleted, right, this is all from the same app. And I'm not making it clear though. I read through them and I see a lot of them where she's kind of an initiator on a lot of things. And I think she's wrong and then she's an initiator. And I also get there's history, you guys have a relationship with each other. We're not gonna, we don't want to die. When I say we're going to do a full well, what I'm trying to say to you is stay on the same path, okay? Because there's you're hurting, you are hurting, and with all these people coming forward, your daughter coming forward is hurting, yes? Don't separate, stay on the path with me, because your children that are out there are hurting, because they're seeing all this stuff, right? Don't let this be the next thing that they're going to see. Okay, and this is, we can go over this together, if you have any questions, we can talk about it, right? So this starts here in March. First, yes, 2023. And this is where she's identifying who she is. Okay, and this number here, it's all your number. It's all your number throughout all the pages. Okay? And over here is the column that says whether the person is leaving the message or not. But when we talk about the nerds, once you put something out there on the internet, it's here forever. And it's on a device, and it's in your email, and it's on your account, and it's on jarvisgoogle.com. And everything that you've searched is on there. All this stuff is leading to this. And I think that there has to be a way to break it down. And I'm trying to get you to stay with me to break this pattern. Because it's a pattern that they've been going since when it's out rock. And we have started before that. But I think you've got a lot of heavy on you. There's a lot of heavy right here that you're holding in. And it's here. Okay. Can you call me on yourself? These are even different conversations, right? She's giving me Anna's number. It's very clear that this is her. She was sending all these messages, and then you finally replied. I called her. And I see she's hitting up again, and then you reply the other. And it goes back and forth, right? And so here I can kind of see she's like, I just need somebody to talk to. So I think she's kind of reaching out to you. Was she going through your time or something? So there's some more sent messages. She's tired of people telling me that they love me, and then the next minute she's crying. She's falling for people traps and they treat her like shit. You're the only person I really trust. She asks you, do you think I'm ugly? Right? You reply, no. She says, thank you. And you ask her, what are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, she asked you, what are you doing? Then you reply, stop messing with people and just be mine. That's what she's got on contact. Alright, so I'm gonna mark that, I guess it wasn't meant like that, it's awesome. Okay, so then I see here there's like a bunch of missed calls and things. I see there's a pattern here again, she's constantly, where are you, are you coming to me, or what, what's going on? Yes or no, what's be late, right? Alright, so, here she's sending me pictures, do you remember what these pictures were? Those are in a separate folder, whatever pictures she sent you. She was sending anything that maybe she was trying to see if she looked good or not, and you shook her hand, and you put it up without seeing it. Yeah. I mean, you can see it, we know that. There's a picture, so what I'm saying is this is just a text. So here it tells you